The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Why is it saying 0 views on the main admin panel as well as my add-on? That's weird. Well, I'm number one. And also they don't count the preview windows anymore. Let me just go let me do a few checks here. Alright, it's just updated with one now. Let's see if it updates. So I think Pilled might be fixed now, but I've got a little troubleshoot thing here in the corner to refresh it. So we'll see how we go. So when people hit the like button now, hopefully it will update properly. Seems to have like a caching issue there. But, yeah, it's not too bad. Alright, looks like finally YouTube's updated to 1. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Everything's coming together. Let's type up the side comments. I don't think I've missed anything. A lot of the things you check here. He's improved the side bit better with his input field here, but he still hasn't given me a pop out. But it's at least a wee bit wider now. Maybe that's the first stage, and then you can turn it into a pop out. I don't know, but we'll see. Okay, so that's what we're doing today. UFO dots been not too well going, and I've been doing some other projects for the live shows to make it a bit more fun. I'll probably preview some of it, and I'll probably be doing some of it with you on the next show, which will probably be somewhere after this show, maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday, I don't know yet, maybe Sunday even. We'll see how we go, depending how my throats and lungs hold up to. I forgot to put some nasal spray in, and already my nose is blocking up. Yeah, so that's a total. Better type up thing. I did ask anyone that wanted to come on the show to give me a break from just doing my own thing and let other people have a chat. But yeah, we'll see how it goes if any of them want to pop on. I tend to scare people. because they can be very critical, right? And call a spade, but I am civil and professional, I think, unlike most. You know, some people think me mocking voices, like third phase, might not be professional, but it is pretty funny. And they do sound ridiculous, so they should be mocked, people like that. And you need some humour in this field. Yeah, where's I wonder if that'll work now. Looks like they've been mucking around with the code again. I'll check it up once we get to that another time. The super chats, you know, the free super chats, gifts. I mean, looks like Google have been playing around with the format of this admin panel. So going. Although it doesn't need it, I think it was better the way it was, for my eyes anyway. So they've changed the label to end live stream there for white and black. To me it's harder to see than what I had with blue and black. Anyway. Right, I forgot to pin that comment. See if that works at least. Pin to YouTube. There's my website there with the best episodes and whatnot. As you can see, I've got a few tabs here. I might have to readjust that one. I got it predefined to set up the window locations using another program, but this chat's got a bit wider, so I might need to reduce the startup size, save me having to adjust it all the time. That's no big deal. It's just some extra admin work I need to do. How's the audio sounding? Since we ain't got no one out there checking. Hello, is it distorting? Hello. Okay, it sounds like it might be alright. Could always keep an eye on it, because Windows 10, 11 is good at corrupting stuff with their updates that make it worse. So here we go round. We've got 6 watching at the moment. Wonder where everybody else is. Rumble. I'll just do a few checks here, just to make sure it's 4 watching on Rumble, reckons, on their admin page. Twitch, have we got anyone up there? No one on Twitch at the moment. I've got a little robot that pumps out reminders now as well. Looks like it's working alright. That's for anyone that's new to the channel. That build is going. I've only got 1 watching. I wonder if that's me. I don't know whether it counts me unpilled. Okay. I think we're pretty much up and running. There we go. Still only 1 on pilled and YouTube. What's going on? Apparently I just heard that Trump had been shot at and it hit him in the face. Or winged him or whatever. So I have to check up on that news later. Only a crackpot in America would do that. They're just nut jobs over there. He's the last person that should be shot. There's plenty of other nut jobs out there that want to start wars and make the world a horrible place. So I hope this makes more people vote for him, because they can't stop a popular person without having to kill him. That happens all around the world, doesn't it? How many people have been shot that been in politics this year alone? It's pretty sad. He hasn't got normal security guards though. He's got to hire his own, hasn't he? Didn't they try to stop him get protection for this reason, so they could shoot him later and just claim it, be another Oswald. It was a lone gunman. Certainly, Trump's made the history books. Wasn't Reagan also attacked like that? It seems like the presidents that get shot out end up being the most famous. Lincoln, Reagan, who has got attacked? JFK, now Trump. Anyway, I think we're ready to go. So I've been working on a new project, but I haven't got my window up. So I'll be, there's a new feature I need to talk about that we're working on. Should make it a bit fun. New downloads. Where's the folder? It's just taking ages. Creating this game called Game UFO Grifter. So I'm gradually writing this code up, but I'll finish the code once I've got the main parts of it working. But basically it's going to be a cross between a board game and Monopoly, where each of the grifters earn money. So I'll just start with a basic concept first, with cards that land on where they get either mishaps or extra bonus cash. So I'll show it in a minute. It's coming together alright. It's frustrating coding though, especially with bad eyes. And on Pilled now, if you do it on your live side chat, there's a new command called 'dice. So everybody that joins the live stream here can play along on the board game, as long as we got enough counters. My game currently only does up to 9 players. So if you hit dice like this, let's see what happens. It should reply back to me, which is on YouTube. I can't see the other replies on the other ones, but I think they're there. And what's it said? That's it. Roll day number 4, and you can just keep on repeating that. Yeah, everybody should be able to do that. I would have thought it would have rolled it multiple times, but obviously he's made it a bit more clever than that. So that's the first part of the game. I requested this feature and he actually added it. There we go. I got another, and we got number 5, is it this time? But is that showing up on the other lives? Let me just check directly. It looks like it's only putting it on my main chat window, is it? maybe that's how it works. But if someone else does it on their stream, doesn't matter which domain, it should pop it up here, the result. So yeah, I think it might work. So I've compiled it into a temporary executable. I'll just see if it runs up. Haven't got any icon for the executable yet. Maybe someone could write me an icon for it. It might be a bit slow with everything running. Here it comes. Yeah. Looks like I got a bug in the code here. It should actually have a picture. Because it's unselected here. But yeah, these are all the counters. I got simulated some moves here. Goofon's there and Dr. Greer's there. But yeah, you can tick the things, but some of the functions are not there yet. So these counters can move, they can land on the piles of gold, where they can grift some money, and we'll make up various cards. I'll do that with you probably. Anyone can suggest a card to be added to the game. So I'll be doing that maybe tomorrow or the next day, see how I go. And this is the Doom card, so if you land on there you get a thing like Dr. Greer lost a court sue-in, lost a court case, has to pay out $10,000 or whatever. So I'll make it, maybe I could set a level here if it goes negative too much that they lose the game, or go below 0. So I can add in some commands down this way. But yeah, 3, maybe 4 days code in there. I'm talking about 12-hour days just to do this much. So yeah, so using lots of graphics commands and that to produce it inside a window. It redraws it. It's not too bad. And so we got Goofon, Corey Good. We got the third phase here. We got Dr. J Radio. These are all your grifters. Greer, Gomez, Tyler in his mugshot. And this one here was Corbell. And Lou Zondo. So it's going to probably upset a few people, but we could add more and more grifters to it. These are some of the main ones out there. Could have add more pictures and save it somehow. Normally I do it manually, but I'm not sure how you do it in the program. That would probably be a bit more tricky. It's easy just to snap it, crop it, and then save it as a JPEG to the resource files. But you could add hundreds of them, because there's hundreds of YouTube grifters out there in ufology and paranormal. Yeah, it should be a bit of fun. It's coming along nicely. Yeah, the graphics go in here. I've got a few Teams test ones written to the file to see that the code's working, where it's combining images for the counters. So you can just put the pictures in there. Yeah, should be good. So these are basically transparent GIFs. It scales down the original image to 9 slots, because I thought that was the easiest way to do the counters. Yeah, so we can play any board game really. I've got, I think I can find Monopoly. Someone's written it also in Order It 3, like I have. So I'm not sure if it works alright, but we could probably try other board games. But I thought doing a UFO game. Shame I can't cross-compile it to make it into an app for the Play Store, so you can put it on your phone and play along. And then you could make millions of dollars from it, you know. The fun UFO Grifter game. Just need someone that knows anything about that. Maybe they can cross make it. People steal my ideas anyway. So yeah. I was going to do some reviews of some new shows. I'll probably do that next weekend. So let me just do a check here again. So we got currently 4 on Rumble watching. Is that what it says here? It hasn't updated. Says 4. Yeah, cool. Let's see if that updates in a minute. Updates every 40 seconds or so. Pilled, still 1 like here, 1 watching, 11. That says, yeah, that's the same. Oh, there we go, it's just updated. And still only 1 on YouTube. That's a bit of a shame. I suppose they're all camping with their boys doing fishing. I don't know. It is getting pretty late over UK way. They're probably watching the news about Trump. Yeah, so let's kick it off. Let's do the deed. Of course, I think it's not updating here. Let me just refresh that. Yeah, I can set this. That's alright then. Close it. Yeah, looks like it's getting alright. Alright, let's kick it off. Okay, so what's first up here? Yeah, so Skinwalker Ranch I'll bundle with the next episode. It wasn't too interesting actually. So I'll bring that to you next weekend. Also, not too sure if Robert's joining us next weekend. It's football season over in the UK and he's football mad. So I thought this was quite funny anyway. You're wearing the wrong kind of shades, my man. I think it's time you got a new pair. So, imminent UFO disclosure. And he puts the glasses on. This is where you're meant to see the truth, right? Great movie, that one. What was it called? Propaganda.
Last night.
Here we go, Mr. Propaganda. Nutjob, Jesus. Yeah, he started off being cool, and now he's really uncool. Look at how uncool he looks.
I was staring up at the ceiling until about 1:30 a.m., feeling stressed about how I will create 44 more videos. I'll run out of...
Yeah, I don't think we need to listen to that. Sheeple. Hey, I'm in New Zealand. We're full of sheep. But not all of us are sheeple. Yeah, I thought that was quite good. I'll post a link to that if you want to play those extra videos here. Zondo and his propagandist, I guess, UFO Jesus. It was good when he dressed up like Jesus and looked like Jesus. And he caused a lot of stir with the Christians out there, which makes it even more funny. Anyway. Hey, Osiris, which is, what's that guy's name? What's the guy that used to hang out with Zondo until he exposed him? I can't quite remember what his name is now. It's strange, isn't it? I had to submit a report. I never submitted any report. What's going on? Submit a report, maybe. What's going on there? What the hell? What's all this nonsense they're bringing up? I don't know, Twitter seems to be going downhill lately. What's going on here? Let me just... Okay, so we got back to it. Alright, he's got an image was submitted report, so there we go. I must have clicked on it by mistake. So yeah, apparently Ashton did a violation. We locked Justin Austin's account for breaking our exposing private information rule. We found they broke our exposing private because it's part of doxxing, I guess. They can't post, repost, or like content. Report duplicates. But yeah, I checked it. Apparently, if he was locked, he wasn't, because I went back and saw his channels back active again. So that's a bit unfortunate. Maybe he's putting out threats and trying to get his people out there to attack people and dox people, which is against the law, of course. So yeah, we thought we had got rid of some new noise in the community, but no. It's like these disinformation agents out there. He's definitely one of them. Like Tyler, they get protected, and it's hard to get rid of them. When even if they break the terms, but if you're someone that YouTube doesn't like or Twitter doesn't like, they're gone. You know, like Alex Jones and many others who reported on the vaccines and turned out to be correct in the end. What was this one? Alright, I was going to talk about metamaterials. Have I got the links here? Let me just check in the right order. Because AARO finally got their hands on the TTSA alleged UFO debris to analyse. And they've finally done a scientific report on it. And we'll just go over that. So first of all, we need to know what a waveguide is. I think I've covered it in the past. There's a bit of science, geeky stuff. But it's you hear it a lot now in ufology, so if you don't understand some basic science and what the terms mean, you're going to be left out in the cold. So waveguide, Wikipedia probably quotes the standard definition. A waveguide is a structure that guides waves by restricting the transmission of energy to one direction. Common types of wave include acoustic, I think one of them's optical light, and radio waves, right? And they use them in microwaves. What is a waveguide used for? Let's see, I'll just go down the list here. Let's see if there's some better searches. Waveguide is a special form of transmission line consistent of a hollow metal tube. The tube wall provides distribution inductive. while the empty space. What's the next one say? Waveguide is a rectangular or circular pipe made of copper that confines and guides very high frequency electromagnetic waves between two locations. So fiber optics, you know, for light is a waveguide. The light travels down the tube only and doesn't bleed outwards. So that's basically what they're talking about there. So it can be a copper tube here, and I suppose it might be on like a little antenna, and it transmits it like a laser beam in one direction to the other location. So why would that be available on UFOs? So as a microwave ovens waveguide cover. So you want to reject the waves into the center of the oven, become carbonized and cause sparks to occur inside the cooking cavity. These covers are generally made of mica. Okay, so some of it was leaking out, let's say, in there of the oven. So waveguide keeps it into the oven there. Else, they do, some of the microwaves do leak out to the edges of the door and stuff. Cover waveguide. I actually talked about microwave ovens here. So I'm not sure if we've got a picture of one. Some little diagrams here. But I think everybody understands fiber optics, so can understand sending light particle down one end and ends up in the other, and it can bend and all that. So that's a flexible waveguide instead of a straight line. Did I mention what it was used for in UFOs? Let me just check. To the stars. So let's have a read of what they have to say about it. I think alien scientists probably only the other person that does this sort of stuff informs people other than me, right? Oh, my hand's cold. Hang on. And we've got two watching unpeeled now, and I thought we saw some on YouTube. I've got two on YouTube. Who's out there? Say hi down the side. You missed a few good bits at the start there, but you can rewind back. Okay, so we'll have a look at the two stars. Oh, that idiot. What's going on? I just want to close it. What's happened there? It's kind of a side menu that wasn't there before. Okay, we'll just see if we can read it. Over the last 3 months, To the Stars has collected several pieces of material. So this was probably a year ago, was it? Have they got a date on it? At least a year ago, wasn't it? If not 3 years. We haven't heard anything from it. Not through them anyway, have we? From multiple sources. Wasn't it from Arts Parts, as they call it, Art Bell? Each sample represents... Linda Melton Howard ended up with them for some reason, then charged $30,000 for it. Each sample represents different elements of potential identified aerial phenomenon and how they operate. According to the accompanying provenance documentation, there are two classes of samples. Material that was released as the UAP was hovering, and the material that makes up parts of the structure or systems. Because none of this documentation can be independently verified, TTS Adam testing approach, Adam stands for something, some sort of department, was it? Is structured to look for other indicators of unique origins, such as unusual chemical combinations or alloys, isotope ratios, that's outside our universe. As you know, they believe in the Big Bang Theory, that the atoms were made at the point of expansion, and the bigger, heavy elements got made in the sun and exploded in suns over millions of years and formed other variations. You know, like atoms don't all have the same neutrons and protons, which is called isotopes, and so much only existed at the time that the universe was made, and some of it decays into other chemicals, elements, I mean. Usually structural composition. So basically, hydrogen was produced into helium, and helium was produced into the other heavier elements, apparently. But we don't really know that for sure. No one can get inside a fusion reactor of a sun and actually prove it, I suppose. But I suppose they look at spectral analysis and all that sort of stuff. But that also leads back to some problems with isotopes not matching the Big Bang Theory. Was it silicium or something like that? There's not enough of it in the universe, apparently. And I think some of the hydrogen's missing or something. One artifact on loan to TTSA for analysis is a magnesium zinc bismuth. I did spell it wrong. So I spelled mine with a Y because it sounded pretty cool for a title today. Bismuth, you know, the myth of it being from UFOs. Well, is there two spellings of it? Let me just check that up, actually. This bismuth, or Bismuth. A U instead of a Y. Okay. I think it comes up spelt the other way because people spell it wrong. They spell it how it sounds. The myth of the bismuth. Yeah, some interesting pictures of it there. Facts about bismuth. Is that really bismuth? Unusual heavy metal. And of course, it has some unique properties that work with terahertz. But if I've spelled it with the other way, does it come up? And it's oddly enough it comes up because it's spell checked, is it? But people have spelled it wrong. But I think my spelling is a lot better at the moment with the ufology subject. As a heavy density silver pink tinged metal, uses bismuth metal uses, bismuth metal is brittle, and so it is usually mixed with other metals to make it useful. Its alloys with tin or cadmium have now melting points and low melting points and are used in fire detectors, extinguishers, electric fuses and solders, and UFOs. So yeah, it looks like they've added some pictures here. So it looks like a dull, rusty coloured metal, really, doesn't it? Strange. But yeah, all metals are crystals, right? And this proves that it's crystal, isn't it? And there's a picture of the atom. It says the same thing, does it? Let's see. Element 83 is a post-transition metal according to Loyas Alumnus National Laboratory. I think I'm going to get nasal spray. It's blocking me up. So yeah, I don't think we're going to go too much deep into that. We just want to understand of it, because basic concept of it. So what they're saying it's going to be used for here, not fire detectors. So magnesium zinc metals alloys have been added to it. But I believe UFO Metamaterials is meant to be combining bismuth with carbon and other things like that that doesn't want to attach to at the atom level. So if you find a material like that, it probably isn't made on Earth, because I don't think they can do that yet. But bismuth has an interesting crystal structure that doesn't reflect radar signals back out, I believe. Not too sure on that, but I know there's also quasi-crystals which also have similar properties. Crystals are very interesting. Metals are crystals, and crystals in general. Which has been a source of discussion, speculation for years. The supply document states that it's from a UAP crash recovery. Well, this source cannot be verified. This is a particularly interesting sample. The material is clearly engineered with distinct layers of magnesium, zinc, and bismuth at structural thickness only microns thick. So we've heard all this before, I think. It's unclear what fabrication process allows this combination of materials to form an integrated structural component. Theoretically, analysis shows that the material acts as a waveguide for terahertz. Those wavelengths normally would not propagate through this geometry. So why does it need to be a waveguide on the surface of a craft? One side of the sample appears to be tooled, having a defined contour. There has been a extensive... Why haven't we got a picture of it then? Why say all this and not have a picture next to it? Can't be that top secret. There has been an extensive amount of testing on the material, and true purpose or function of metal remains unknown. So what do they do with it? Do they stick it in high voltage to see if it vibrated? Did they pulse different frequencies at it? So that's what they're saying there. But yeah, what's it meant to do? You know, they haven't said what bismuth, and unless I missed it. But I believe it's to do with levitation. When you charge the metamaterial, it causes resonance and somehow blocks gravity. I don't know. Or produces an anti-gravity field, lifts it upwards, which I don't believe. I think you can do gravity block, but not anti-gravity. I think gravity is pretty fundamental to particles. But as I've explained in previous live shows, how I believe it might be achieved is by charging with a certain resonance skin of a UFO, which makes the mass of the atoms inside that shell lighter, reduces the mass. So you can use you can have something really heavy in it, like a nuclear reactor, fusion reactor, which has always been the problem of nuclear reactors. They have to be heavy and lead shielded as it kills people. So you can mass reduce it. Then you can just connect it to plasma ion engines and zoom at hypersonic speeds, and also the creatures inside, because they're also mass reduced, don't affect have the inertia affected on them. So I've gone over that science theory before. So where's my... Whereabouts are we? There, isn't it? I won't bother sending you that copy there. Here's another thing on Reddit, so we might read that. I think this is from Garry Nolan. And there's AARO reports. And what's the next one? I'll just read that in a minute. And we got alien scientist here. So he's talked about it here too. He thinks he's finally got his hands on a piece of it. We finally got our hands on a piece of the same alleged UFO metamaterial which Linda Moulton House sold to TTSA back in 2018. Why did he manage to get a piece of it? Which went the US Army, which does make sense, under the Cradar agreement, where AARO spent $3 million to conclude it was missile casing from the 1950s. So yeah, I've reached out to alien scientists who wants to come on and talk about this with me. My door's open, but he hasn't replied, which is quite different from which CIA government scientists helped put off was claiming back in 2018 when TSA was still taking investments from the public, promising of reverse engineering the technology to build a spaceship. Tom Donald went on Joe Rogan and claimed that the material was a terahertz waveguide which would levitate. So they didn't even say that on their little web page there. When exposed to 1 to 9 terahertz wave source. Is it 1 or is it 9? Or is it in between or what? Or is it 1.9? Is that a typo? Those claims, along with all mention of the material, have vanished from the internet, so it's not on their page, is it? So they removed that. So that was a false claim to get investments, was it? And now I feel that myself and my colleagues' lives may be at stake, which is why we're trying to get this out publicly to many people as possible in case anything happens to us. Yeah, I'm not sure what a self-funded lab without millions of dollars is going to do much on the material, but you never know. At least they might put it on high voltage and stuff like that, instead of looking at it at electron microscope level type stuff. A pick. You got my attention. So maybe that's why I haven't heard from him. Maybe he's doing that show right now, is it? And the weekends, right? Weekends are probably a busy time. But that's alright, I could probably do a midweek one if you wanted to do a midweek one. special one, even at terrible times. Anyway, I'll post a link to what Jeremy's saying there about it as well, so you can join in the discussion. Scientist. Not sure if I spelled it right there. Yeah, I was hoping that was going to be like a pop-out window where it could be bigger and I can read it. Let me just check something here. I've just heard from the coder on Discord. He says he's looking into it. So we'll see what happens next time. So that went out alright. No. I thought I posted it. It hasn't scrolled. No wonder. Anybody out there? Who's alive out there? Anyone interested in this stuff? Alien Science Tour. I knew I must have mistyped some words. R's next to S. People just love my typos, but some of them can be amusing. He's a science centaur. Okay, what's this other article here? The alien-like material may one day power your electronics. How bismuth might be the clean energy of the future, or bismuth is the way I spelled it. Okay, so what they're saying here. Bismuth is a heavy brittle metal, which we've already found out, forms colourful geometric crystals when melted and then slowly cooled. It's mostly common known as a main ingredient in petopismol, less commonly known as bismuth subsilicate. And someday soon it might be used to help power your electronics. So yeah, say that they're using some sort of new battery technology in a plane that crashes, and that might be a sample they picked up. It might not be a skin of a craft, but it might be layers of bismuth and other stuff used for a high voltage, long lasting battery, maybe but like a nuclear cell that we talked about, the carbon chat batteries. Might be something in that line. So you never know. It may be our technology that's yet to be released. So that means you could have silent planes in the sky with no carbon fuel, right? You could have these long-lasting batteries and have silent missiles and planes and all sorts. I suppose the missile blows up, it keeps the technology secret though. So scientists like Rob, a lecturer in Department of Materials, Imperial College of London, are using bismuth-based compounds in photovoltaics, material that's convert light into energy. So there we go, we got light. So they're using light energy on the material to produce electrical power, is it? Electromagnetic properties that only make it a good candidate for solar cells, but make it greater for indoor use. So he's saying here you could put these special solar cells on maybe one of those stealth blimps and forever charge up batteries inside it, so it's silent and it can go up to the edge of space. So that's another possibility there. A place where traditional voltaics, I don't know how you say that, don't perform too well. That means it might one day replace the need for batteries and billions of indoor electronics like home sensors and health monitors. So yeah, we've finally we've got rid of most of that. I'll post down the link there. You might want to do more investigation on that. That's quite an interesting thing I bumped into. So yeah, it looks like it's got a lot of users. Maybe they use it for multiple things. Who knows? I just wonder if it's used for cloaking as well. If it's in the skin of an airplane, and it could be used as a waveguide. Maybe you could put LEDs in between layers, or make nano LEDs in between it, printed like silicon chips, and then you could block also radar with it, and also project false images in the sky off the craft, you know, wrapping around the craft. So instead of seeing a missile, you might see a moving cloud or birds or something, you know, or just looks like a normal plane. What's this one here? What we're talking about? I thought I was reading that out. Did I post the right one? Yeah, I did. Did I just close the wrong thing before? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, what did Nolan have to say about it? The interaction between layers of magnesium bismuth and terahertz waves could be the key to UAP's anti-gravity. I want to preface this by mentioning that I'm not someone in the science field. Okay, what we got going down here? Ross Colhart wouldn't know a damn thing. Ross recently published a full interview with Garry Nolan. They speak a little more specifically about the makeup of the UAP material. But he hasn't even analysed the sphere, has he? He had scrapings from the sphere, so what would he know about the material? Did he analyse it? Is he the one that's working for To the Stars? I don't know. I don't know if it was him doing that. I suppose it was it? Frequency, what's this one? They speak a little more. In the frequency I was confused about before Garry. Interactions with each other. Alright, missed something here. Garry mentions that the makeup of the UAP material that he has has studied is composed of layers of magnesium and bismuth. And doing a bit of research on these elements, they provide interactions with each other. I learned that the opposite reactions to a magnesium field where bismuth is diamagnetic. So that means that it repels, I guess, and magnesium is paramagnetic. Simply put, is that in the linked images, diamagnetic substances are repelled. Yep, that's what I said, by a magnetic field, where a paramagnetic field substances are attracted to a magnetic field. So the interaction of the magnetic properties of the different metals may have an interesting reaction to each other. So yeah, that could be a way to block what Tesla was talking about, radiant energy, which is basically boils down to Higgs field controlling the mass of atoms, because they're constantly absorbing this universe energy, and if you can slow it down, the mass of the atoms will reduce, but you might not be able to reduce it down to nothing and cause a nuclear world explosion. Though it may go into a steady state or a hibernation state, and you can only reduce it down to 98% or something like that. But yeah, I'm no scientist. I've looked and studied all this stuff over the years and put it all together in my own head, and also the aliens come to visit me for some reason, and had strange dreams of stuff being passed to me in dreams that I had to write down. Which all the naysayers out there say is just a mental problem. But I'm sure you have dreams where you think that's so realistic, and why do I remember it, and all this sort of stuff. Gary also mentioned that the terahertz waves activate the levitation properties of this layer material. Now that's just making assumptions there, unless they can prove it in a lab. But I know Tesla was working on something similar. He would have been maybe mucking around with terahertz as well, high voltages, and he levitated a piece of fine metal. Now I just wonder if that could have been that he mixed bismuth with some other metal combination that these people haven't figured out yet, which is probably not magnesium. That actually causes a levitation to work. Why would it do that though? If it's reducing them, if it's doing mass reduction, maybe it gets so light that the air molecules are actually lighter than the metal, and it pushes it upwards, right? So that's to me how levitation is going to work. It's not going to counteract gravity. It's going to create a metal object into a lightweight helium balloon, pretty much. That's my theory. I'll yet to see it actually eventually be discovered. We'll see what happens, see who was correct. Anyway, keep the comments respectful, they never do. I can tell you right now how to create an anti-gravity field. Yeah, sure you can. So can I. Like a two-dimensional disk, if you fire 3 electrons at the right energy level, as I call a level that makes the disk the same size as the electron orbital of the hydrogen atom's electron. At the hydrogen atom, the electron will create a cone-shaped field. Oh no, that sounds like Travis Taylor. He's got a Skinwalker Ranch. He's got a cone of silence over the ranch. Over the other side of the hydrogen atom, apparently the field has a spin to it. Yeah, I don't know if I want to read out all this carrying on here, but I'll post a link to it, I guess. So I just wanted to read out what Garry Nolan was. So did he actually, was he one doing a study for TTSA? Did Nolan study the arts parts? Nolan did not attend film school. I'm not sure if that's the right Nolan. No, I don't think it is. Okay. Double R, not single R. That's parts. Yeah. Oh, I should put UAP because they're using that a lot. McGowan, Ross Cole at full interview. I suppose it might be in the interview. I guess he must have got his hands on some of it. Anyway, reading that, he must have had some material that he put under the scope. What's going on here? Just go back. Whereabouts were we? People got lots to say on this one. And he's talking about Bob Lazar, so I think he's gone. Because I don't think it's anything to do with pods underneath the craft. It's more likely to do with the skin of the craft, or maybe some sort of energy device where you can create a lot of energy. If you've got enough energy, you should be able to lift up anything that's heavy, right? As long as you got the energy to do it. I don't know what kind of rocket engines or some engines that would produce enough thrust to do that. You know, even plasma is everywhere in the universe and it has limitations. But I suppose it creates a greater thrust for the amount of energy input. But anyway, I don't want to get too into that. Is that what we got on that? There wasn't much there, was there? When was that posted? Let's see, 7 months ago. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Just need to get a sip here. Thought might be more people interested in this though, but we'll get it out the way with, then we'll look at some videos of UFOs. So who posted this out? Various people, Black Vault and whatnot. AARO examines TTSA alleged UFO debris using Batel and Department of Energy's laboratory. So that's Adam, is it? I don't know. The intended or actual past use of the material remains undetermined, using an uncommon mixture of elements. And so we got some pictures of it. Why was it on the TTSA webpage then? So there's the website. Here is it. Or was it something else? Let's have a look. Yep. UAP News Center. Anyway, we'll have a look at the PDF that's been released quickly here. Just going to check something here. Where is everybody today? Okay. Looks like there's a lot of reading. How do we get rid of the side bit here? Let's make it full screen. Zoom in. That's a bit better. So it's like they spent a bit of time on it. All domain anomaly resolution. Previous US Army Combat Capabilities Development Command. Established a cooperative research and development agreement with CRADA with to the stars to evaluate the feasibility of splitting any potential disruptive technology associated with widely discussed specimen. So blah blah blah, we've been through all that. ORNL, expert in materials characterization, has diverse self-expertise, blah blah blah. Pat on the back. Science analysis. All analysis and materials utilization were authorized and overseen by TTSA. So how come this report wasn't linked on that website that we searched? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Morphology and microstructure characteristics were investigated. Maybe because it actually goes against trying to sell shares, right? If you got negative review come back, peer review, that sort of puts a damper on people buying shares. So there's not going to be any UFO that they promised. If it's another burger, right? Which is, isn't that false investment claim? So they've got to remove it off their website. Standard microscope analysis, scanning electron microscope, that I was talking about earlier. Which I don't know if Falcon, whatever they're called, lab has it. Alien scientist. Morphology and structure. And there's a piece of the material. So we can see the layers on that, can we? It does look like it could be used on the skin of a craft. It makes you wonder if they charge the skin of the craft on the plane. That repels the air going around it to reduce rid sonic booms. So maybe our technology could be used for lots of things here. If you can make a magnetic field big enough, it can push the air away, so it doesn't cause a standing wave. That's what they're doing with quasi crystal, wasn't it? Wasn't they charging it to change the air current? So maybe they've gone on a bit further now with Bismuth. Might they get some nasal spray? Starting to sound like Dr. J Radio. So they looked at all the different elements in it. Titanium, is it? Iron, cadmium. What's the percentage of it though? Parts per million. I want to know the... So I suppose the bigger number means there's most of it. And they got it with lead, of all things. To me, that sounds like some sort of battery. Lead batteries. Maybe it's a new high energy battery. And the experimental craft crashed. And that was the UFO. Some sort of strange shaped craft that someone saw crash, and the electric went out there and found it. We don't know. There'll be structural and crystal structures. What's it say? Pure single crystalline bismuth and a single thin layer has been postulated to have the ability. I've got cut off there. Wish my eyes were better, but this is what we have to put up with. With common magnesium, whereabouts was the reading functions? There's a waveguide, there we go. Fractal direct and electric or energy field, in this case terahertz waves. So maybe it's some sort of optical battery that then converts into higher voltage. It's interesting. Anyway, what was their conclusion on it all? You probably know more about Bismuth now that you've been watching me and listening to what I'm saying. And that probably makes a bit more sense. So is this the layers we're looking at here? Lead, green, bismuth, blue. Okay, so we've got green and blue, and what's the brown? Zinc is red. Blending of colours indicates co-location. Okay, so it's starting to make a bit of sense here. So it's obviously a manufactured piece of stuff falling off some craft. Man-made. Could be. Secret. The magnesium isotope make signature of specimen is fractionated, possibly. We'll have to reduce the scale down again. Possibly owing to the mechanical and heat that it has undergone. Okay, so because it got heated in a crash, it changed the properties. That's what they're saying there. I wish they talked in lay terms, right? A summary, lay terms. Material was heated to melting point, possibly because it crashed, you know, and you don't have to read all this technical goober. You know, this is what I find with scientists. They're not very good lay term people. Someone's got to then look at it and convert it into English. Or Kiwi English, my English. So that's just on the first page. And it goes on a bit. Just trying to find the good bits. Is there any good bits? So the isotope, they would know if it was from our own planet or solar system versus elsewhere. So if the isotopes that they pull out of it don't match off worlds, then that's a wee bit weird and it can't be a UFO. But I forgot what I was going to say now. Can you go and get my nasal spray with the black label? Thanks. I can't breathe. I've just been given something to eat here. Have we been going on that long already on this? That's a long time. Because normally it's about 12 o'clock. Yeah, it is actually 12 o'clock. We've been going on a wee while hour already. Do hit a like out there. Anyone that is out watching at the moment. Let's have a quick look. Nothing happening in the sides apart from me. We got 13 watching. Can people be kind with the likes? The likes do help others decide whether they're going to watch it or not. Yeah, good, thanks. Let's just put some nasal spray in. Takes a wee while to work though. That's not to buster. So let's have a look. I don't know if I had some virus though blocking me up, because I always suffer with the dose, sinuses. Is there any simple summary here anywhere? God, it goes on a bit. 10 pages worth, is it? Okay, what's this here? References. Conclusion. Okay, here we go. We'll read out that. AARO secured ORNL to independent assess requirements necessary. Actually, I might just try and reduce it. It doesn't seem to be helping much. And then I'll zoom in that way. This to confirm or contest public claims that this historical spectrum is of non-terrestrial origin and it is capable of functioning as a Bismuth-based terahertz waveguide, although the origin, chain of custody and ultimate purpose of the specimen remain unclear. Origin is non-terrestrial. Unclear, I missed something there. A modern and robust analysis of the chemical and structural composition and properties does not indicate this is origin of non-terrestrial. So obviously the isotopes say otherwise, nor do the data indicate that the material examined. And of course they're talking about structure there. So you know, if it was made in space, gravity and an anti-gravity, no gravity environment, that the structures of crystals do change. So obviously, although I believe they're creating labs in space now, or have been tested in space, various material manufacturing up there, similar to what people would expect aliens to be doing as well, because you can do other things in space when you ain't got the influence of gravity that you can't do on Earth to make new things, right? Properties does not indicate non-terrestrial, nor does the data indicate that the material examined ever had a pure single crystalline bismuth layer that could possibly have acted as a terahertz waveguide. So it's the layer of bismuth on it has other elements in there that stops it absorbing the optical light or electromagnetic energy, and would block it moving along the tube, as so to speak. The intended or actual past use of the material remains undetermined. I reckon it sounds more like with the lead stuff in it, likely some sort of bismuth lead battery. It's just my theory reading around anyway, putting it together. What's it say here? Has a high level of confidence that all data indicated the material was manufactured terrestrially, otherwise on Earth, but using an uncommon mixture of elements by today's standards. So it sounds like it's something being used by Black Ops there on a secret plane test. That's what it sounds like. And then incurred damage caused by mechanical and heat stresses. So that's from the crash. So if it can't be a waveguide, it can't possibly be used for anti-gravity or levitation. Although they didn't actually say that. So just put it all together. So I'll post a link to that. It's on their website. Make it easy for you to find it. If you want to go through and read all that, go ahead. My nose is sort of breaking down now. AARO. It's a material report. No doubt everybody's covering it, but I do it differently than other people, as you know. I try to make it lay terms as possible for most people to understand. So doesn't mean that it's not doesn't debunk aliens visiting us. It's just that there's no evidence to prove otherwise. We just have to keep looking, I guess. But it does kind of suggest that there's some black ops secret stuff happening. And whether that craft that crashed was ours or theirs, like the Russians, Chinese or whatever, whether it was a drone that went wrong, who knows. But it's still all very interesting. And we can bet that we haven't got all the information on that. I thought some people said it looked like some of the arts parts was a grill off a car. So obviously not all of it was. There was some obviously real interesting stuff there. This goes to show the amount of talking heads out there and the lack of information and things being lumped together and copy and pasting going on, which is basically what leads us to the next one about cattle mutilations. Stephen Greenstreet's been looking into cattle mutilations, the truth. I'm not sure if we can play part of it. Have I got a link to it? But he joins all people Nick Pope. But Nick Pope's okay in his show. He's not making far out claims, he's just doing some UFO historian bits to get across, which is great. Great to see. So check something here, see if it works. Yeah, I think it did. 8 on Rumble now. Rumble's the most popular channel at the moment. Okay, let's just play a bit of this. I'll try and pause it and I might just eat something while we're looking at it. I'll just go there to the episode. Yeah, it's got some silly music in it. I got a copyright claim last time. I didn't pause it enough. Well, it was a claim for shared revenue. But the problem with when you get a claim like that, that the person can actually block it in any country later. And that we don't want that control. So I normally either remove the music, which I lose the side chat, which shouldn't happen, but it does on YouTube. And so we lose all the links that we posted down the side. Which is a pain in the ass, because if you mute something, it's not changed the length of the video, so there's no reason why the side comments are not synchronized still. Yeah, so we'll just see how we go here. It's quite interesting. I won't play it all. Distressing. Probably because it's got pictures. So he's got some music, so I'll be pausing it.
Killed by aliens. That may sound like the premise of a science fiction film, but it's something many people claim is actually really happening. Seemingly every year for the last 5 decades, there are new stories about so-called cattle mutilation, and the stories are mostly all the same. Cows found dead, with cuts and slices of surgical precision. Parts of their body are missing, and sometimes there is no blood, as if someone or something removed it all from the cow's body. Who or what is doing this? Some say it's the government performing secret tests. Others say it's a satanic cult. But the main suspect in cattle mutilation stories is usually, always, aliens. Is there any truth to these fantastic claims? Let's go down the rabbit hole and into the basement office. Cattle mutilations. It's a phenomena, I mean, you see it, it's become an icon, literally. The cartoon of the flying saucer picking up the cow in the field is like, you see that image everywhere now, and it comes from this. It comes from the idea that UFOs, aliens, were targeting cows. Give me the basic gist of the cattle mutilation phenomena.
The central premise is this, that cattle, but other animals too, are being mysteriously killed, violently. A typical mutilation will have a checklist, strange cuts that look very precise, as if a laser or something like that generating high heat.
Surgical knife or
exactly.
something.
No tracks around the animal. The bodies are exsanguinated. The blood is drained. There's not the blood that you would expect, for example, if there had been a predator attack, a chase, a kill, a fight. A certain part of the animals sometimes are defleshed, removed, eyes gouged out, the anus, sexual organs more generally, the idea that something reproductive may be about this. Also, sometimes there is UFO activity associated with a lot of this. Oh, I saw strange lights in the sky, and when I checked in the morning, one of my cows had been mutilated. And it's not exclusively, but pretty much seems to be an American phenomenon.
The American phenomena of cattle mutilation, also known as mutes, saw a wave of cases across the entire country during the 1970s and 80s. But the first case, the one that set the tone, happened in 1967. And it didn't actually involve any cattle. On September 9th, 1967, in Alamosa, Colorado, a rancher found a horse that had been missing for a few days. It was dead, and parts of its body were gone. The rancher's mother, an 87-year-old woman, claimed she saw a UFO in the sky the day the horse went missing. Wild rumors soon spread, and within weeks, the national news media was writing about Snippy the horse.
Well, Snippy or Lady, depending on which account you read. My understanding is that it was actually Lady, but Snippy was another horse.
Meaning, Lady was the actual name of the horse that died. Snippy was the name of the horse's father.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yes, and the media got the name wrong, but because the media just copy-pastes, Snippy stuck. So right off the bat, with the Snippy the horse story, there's a factual inaccuracy. You know, they get the name wrong, but that notwithstanding, what is the case?
Well, this is a horse that was partially defleshed. The head and the neck this became known as the case, like, aliens killed my horse.
Yeah, the headline, I think, was Flying Saucers Killed My Horse.
Yeah, it's the first case that makes cattle mutilation or animal mutilation a phenomenon. And as such, it's a little bit like serial killers. You look for the first case, and it shows you what the pattern is.
This is Snippy. Well, actually, Lady. Found by ranchers days after going missing. According to the ranchers, the horse was found like this. All the flesh on the head and neck is gone, as if sliced off with precision by a sharp instrument. Local authorities were called, but the sheriff brushed it off, suggesting the horse died from a lightning strike. Because no authorities were initially involved, wild claims about the horse's death went unchallenged. The main unfounded claim was that a UFO, specifically a flying saucer, was involved in the horse's death. The press writes the story, and the press includes the UFO stuff, the flying saucer stuff, a flying saucer killed my horse, and obviously that spreads like wildfire through the media. The horse's death scene becomes like a shrine. People from all over come to visit, the horse, to see the horse that the media was saying was killed by aliens. It becomes this cultural event. The body of the horse remained on the ground, rotting away, and being eaten by scavengers. By the time any actual scientific investigators showed up, most evidence at the scene had been completely trampled and contaminated by hundreds of sightseers. The Condon Committee, a government-funded group from the University of Colorado, did a scientific examination of Snippy the horse, and in their report concluded that, quote, there was no evidence to support the assertion that the horse's death was associated in any way with abnormal causes. The group found that the horse had had a severe infection and possibly died from that. Also, 2 bullet wounds were found on the horse's rear legs, though it is possible these came after the horse had died. The flesh missing from the head and neck were determined to just be from scavengers like coyotes, birds, and insects eating at the dead horse's flesh. Regarding supposed sightings of UFOs in the area of Snippy's death, the report concluded none of these sighting reports were considered to be current or strange enough to warrant detailed investigation. These scientific conclusions, while indeed reported in the press, could not compete with the original story of a flying saucer zapping a horse. And so the story persisted. The skeleton of the horse was preserved and eventually put inside a UFO museum where science fiction fans still, to this day, come to see the horse killed by aliens in 1967. So Snippy the horse, by the time we reach the 70s, is already in the brains of people. It was a wide story, it was a popular story, that's already
unmute myself. So, leading up to the molten hell coming into it.
part of pop culture. Snippy-esque.
So, just when you see this, you see why Linda Moulton Howe isn't really a good researcher at all. And didn't background check like she should have done. Sounds a bit like Ross Colehart.
Stories of mutilated cows started popping up in various states like Kansas and Nebraska. But the cattle mutilation mystery exploded nationwide after a number of stories in Colorado suggested that a satanic cult of devil...
Devil worshippers. Now, you can't rule out possibly one case or two cases of being this, though. There's always exception to the rule, I believe.
Devil worshippers could be behind the mayhem. In the 70s in Colorado, 1975, a few ranchers find some dead cows. They're sliced up. They report it to law enforcement, right? I think someone killed my cows. This doesn't look like animal.
Now, I told him in the comments that he should talk to Chris O'Brien here. He actually replied. It looks like loads of my comments vanished, as expected. Link posted, see if you can see it. Well, not if you keep deleting it. So I posted various replies to that, all of them vanished. So it's really well patrolled there on New York Post, which is a bit of a shame. I put the theory up there on Skinwalker Ranch that the cattle have probably been killed by the amount of radon they got in that environment there. But yeah, that comment's got deleted. I said it probably in the water supply. It doesn't have to be there all the time in the water supply. It can bubble up from the ground anywhere and into a puddle that they drink or whatever. Well, it come getting the stream thing that you can filter water from a stream, but you can't filter out radiation. But yeah, Chris O'Brien, he looked at 300 cases and only 5 were suspect of abnormal behaviour. He said there was obvious signs that 5 of those cattle would drop from great height because they landed head first and the horns went deep into the ground, which you can't do from dropping it from a few feet of the back of a ute. I've covered this in past live show. What he said on the Martin Willis show. I took out various clips, so you can go back and listen to that. But yeah, he hasn't interviewed Chris O'Brien. Chris O'Brien is not a Linda Moulton Hand fan at all, and also said that she's sloppy and believes too much. And you got to really keep fact checking this stuff. The missing blood is wrong because it goes to jelly in the body after a wee while, and if it's laying on the side, it pulls onto one side of the animal, unless it's got a wound on the other side where the blood's draining while it's alive. But if the blood's not pumping around, it's not going to pump out the body, is it? So it's just going to go into jelly mode.
Animals did this or predators did this. I think someone did this, and so what the police obviously have to investigate that. So at this point, before the press really starts writing about this, before the press really starts writing about these dead cows, it's more or less a local issue. It's like a local rancher, law enforcement, what's going on. Now there's
so he goes on a fair bit where eventually other people get into investigating this for the farmers. So we'll just skim some of it.
Quickly, and I mean quickly, became this national story about a satanic cult, right? And what happens then is suddenly the townsfolk are worried, our Satan is here, our Satan is here, our Satan is in our town, they're coming to our town, they're killing things. And
so a reporter made the sensational reports and stirred up the whole town.
our town, so it's panic, and so the mayors have to get involved and calm people down. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. The Ranchers Association puts up money and
it's quite a long episode.
Dorothy does not stop. She writes another article where she mentions that in UFOs right in the headline, and she introduces the idea that UFOs could be behind all these cattle mutilations.
So this is the reporter that sort of kicks it all off, not Linda Moulton Howe.
Relations that are happening. It's the first time that UFOs are really kind of mentioned, that what you've been seeing in the paper and everyone's talking about is probably UFOs. And boom, as soon.
So it takes off there. Then another investigator comes along, finds out.
Fringe paranormal stuff. He started becoming obsessed with cattle mutilations, and he would.
So another investigator researcher finds out that the reporter didn't know what she was talking about and had done no investigation whatsoever. Worse than the molten hell. And yeah, she calls this hyper fear of cattle mutilations in the ranches for no reason, pretty much. And he got to talk to who did all the analysis of the body to find that no one actually had studied, no specialist had studied the bodies at all. It was all made from the opinion of a sheriff. So yeah, it starts to break down the cattle mutilations completely.
Obsessively look for and cut out every clipping, news clipping about mutes, and he would collect them and organize them by state. And he had a monthly newsletter called Stigmata on updates on the latest mutes, and he was essential, this character, Tom Adams, in pushing the cattle mutilation national, state by state, because when New Mexico would get some cattle mutilations and local law enforcement were going, is this the same as Colorado? They would receive literally a package in the mail on their police desk from Tom Adams to so-and-so sheriff. They would open it up, and in there would be every news clipping from their state from like the last 10 years that Tom Adams had.
I hate that music, mate. I hate music. Don't need the music. Lose the music.
Obsessively collected, and he would say, you have a huge problem.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, you read it in the newspaper like everybody else.
With him, and I think this is a classic example of where somebody has an
So gotta move it on a bit.
Permanently fused together by former beauty pageant winner turned television news journalist.
Yeah. I don't know, some people like her. I don't really find her attractive. I think her mouth's too big for her face. But she definitely looked a wee bit better in the older days than she does now.
Linda Moulton Howe.
Now she's a crazy cat lady.
All of this stuff reaches like a whole nother level with the release of A Strange Harvest. What was A Strange Harvest?
This is Linda Moulton Howe's TV documentary. She is an investigative journalist. And
she looks different there, doesn't she? She's got a bad hair day.
And she did a report on this, and she looked into these claims, and
oh, did she? Not really well.
This TV documentary, and then a follow-up book called Alien Harvest, really, I think, cemented the fusion of animal mutilations with ufology.
Yeah, it fused the...
Yeah.
And I'd take that deal.
Yeah, well, in exchange, we humans get some crumbs from the technological table. So in this theory, for example, the United States was given technologies which enabled it to win the Cold War through technology.
So the aliens were allowed to abduct people and cattle, but they had to bring people back, and they could do whatever they want with the cattle, huh? The secret agreement.
Mutilations. Kagan, along with science fiction writer Ian Summers, were tasked with finding evidence of aliens. Their book...
So this is the guy who investigates everything, which I've never heard of before, but here it is.
Evidence, which chronicles their investigation.
See, that's probably not the best book title for to people searching for UFOs. It should say cattle mutilations and UFOs, the moot evidence, or something like that, so it can be searchable now.
Was published in 1984.
We went into this with the notion that I'm going to believe everything. Let's assume that it's all true. Let's collect all the information. Let's follow out every trail, every hypothesis, every claim, every case that we can, and see what comes out. And once we started doing that, we discovered that the evidence could not be substantiated by any legitimate or credible sources. I went back to a number of sources in several of these stories and actually put my hands on the original on-scene evidence at the scene of the animal, etc. And in every case, the stories that were promulgated and that had strange or mysterious overtones, they weren't true. They simply were not true.
By tracing each claim back to its original source, Kagan discovered that many cattle mutilation stories in the media were like a game of telephone, where every time the claim was repeated by someone else, new details would be added. And most of those details were
1984, that's the start of copy and paste journals, journo people.
Weren't necessarily true, or based on facts and evidence.
Well, actually before then, 1970s, so a lot of lazy reporters out there not actually fact-checking the other reporters.
Sloppy reporting, where I would see trace articles back to their source, where the same anecdotes were retold in different newspapers over a course of several years in different waves of mutilations in different states. And it's clear that the reporter never went back to the original source of where this was initiated and never checked on the veracity of the original story. They just repeated it, and these things became part of the myth.
Kagan's fact-checking journey eventually led him to Colorado, to the office of Dorothy Altridge.
The woman that started it all.
The day Kagan arrived, Dorothy's latest story had just published. Psychic blames cattle mutilation on space.
Psychic. Here's a J7.
Aliens. Kagan asked Dorothy questions about her previous reporting on mutilated cows. Questions, he says, that Dorothy couldn't answer.
Well, I kept asking her, how do you know this? How do you know that this happened? You know what?
Here's the cruncher.
I kept asking you, did you look at the carcass? Did you do this? Did you do that? And it was like Aunt B from the Andy Griffith Show. It was like, oh, I don't know much about that. Oh, it was kind of like, she said, I'm not much of an investigator. Not much of an
investigative journalist that's not an investigator. That sounds like a lot of people in ufology. Looks like Greenstreet's doing it the right way, though.
Investigator. It's like, Dorothy, why should we listen to anything you say?
In their book, Kagan and Summers write about their encounter with Dorothy Altridge like this. Of all the people we had met so far, Altridge was the only one with whom we felt a sense of absolute hopelessness.
Yeah, he's got stupid music on it.
This was the person whose UFO articles had almost single-handedly fired the start of the mutilation phenomena in Colorado in 1975. This woman, who constantly said, "Oh, I'm not a good investigator," had almost single-handedly caused a statewide panic with her coverage. Beyond examples of credulous and lazy reporting, Kagan discovered that newspapers were also reaching out to untrained experts to make unqualified conclusions regarding a cow's death.
They're always looking for a local expert.
So vet's no good, not necessarily, but still. I suppose the autopsy people are a bit more skilled on death and all that. I wonder if the Skinwalker Ranch is the same, is it? Who's actually analysing their stuff?
An expert of some sort. And the highest I've ever seen them go is a local veterinarian. And a local veterinarian may be a great veterinarian, may be a great doctor, but he doesn't know anything about postmortem pathology. It's a whole field of specialty.
The forensic science.
But he must, a vet would know some things though, like how the skin was cut with a blade, or if it was burnt with a laser or something like that, though. But there's not many cases like that though, apparently.
Process is a crucial part of investigating any death, and it's something crucially missing from most cases of cattle mutilation. With humans, if a dead body is found, law enforcement will usually be the first on the scene. They conduct interviews and look for any initial noticeable clues. Next, trained medical and forensic investigators will also examine the scene and look for other clues. The body is then moved.
But that's for humans. I don't think it's that sort of funding involved with cattle mutilations, unless the farmers are going to pay. The farmers already lost, what, $5,000 cattle or whatever, and I don't think they want to pay out more to find out it was killed or what it died of. So probably they should have taken samples, right, and frozen them at least. If it had some radiation, you know, half-lives and all that, they better work out if it died from consuming radiation, and maybe, I don't know if you can figure out whether it had been hit by lightning or not. But it makes sense that a horse head would catch fire and burn to a certain amount, a bit like those human combustion cases where they're sitting in a rocking chair and they just find the person burnt but the house hasn't burnt down, because they end up the fat of the body, and the cloven acts as a candle wick to the fat of the body, and it keeps it centralized, especially if there's no other materials that it catches fire with and lights up the rest of the house. Still really interesting stuff here, and he says how to know if a case is not. Let's see what it contains. I'll give you the link so you can watch it properly. But
undermines the credibility of all the officers' previous statements.
Alright, he's talking about the officer here. Where was that one?
Mutilated the cow, mostly after the cow was dead. CBI attributed these cases to copycats, people who were inspired by the stories they had read in the media. In New Mexico, U.S. Senator Floyd Haskell requested the FBI investigate his state's cattle mutilations, but because
where was it about the
composition of a
11 there.
dead animal. Rommel then added that he also discovered fantasy and falsehoods in previous reports. I have found a great deal of very creative writing. I have found statements and opinions totally unsupported by facts. I have found errors in official reports. While he didn't name names, Kagan, Summers, and others knew he was talking, at least in part, about New Mexico police officer Gabe Valdez.
Okay, here's the culprit.
Was a...
he kind of reminds me of that Socorro officer. He's a lawyer.
UFO believer before this, and avid UFO reader going into this. And since a lot of these reports came from him, Rommel went and interviewed him, and they went through his reports, and they're like, "What?
Damn music."
What do you mean there was evidence? There was evidence that a saucer had landed.
Yeah, did you take impressions?
What do you mean? Did you take pictures? No. So you just wrote that in your report? He would just write things in his...
Just make shit up. Terrible cop.
His report they found with no follow-ups, no substantiating evidence. Rommel actually, I mean,
he probably
he's very
did that on
diplomatic.
purpose.
You know, because he knows the public's eyes on him, so he's not like, mean. But he's essentially...
CPU going crazy at the moment. He probably did that on purpose because he probably was asked by some of these credulous reporters to spice up his thing so they can add it into a newspaper report, right? And they'll give him some back money. So yeah, they should have checked his bank accounts. I suppose if it's cash though, you wouldn't know. But this is how all this the frauds work online. They're all in each other's pockets. So yeah, maybe he was part of the deception. But then people say, oh right, it's the government putting out this falseness to discredit people and disinformation. So you're never ever going to win, I guess, unless you saw it happen with your own eyes.
Saying a lot of this police officer's reports read like science fiction, like someone's...
So I can't say this is 100% one way. I'd say there's got to be the odd case that's going to be strange, right? And I think O'Brien has said so. Where maybe someone has cut stuff out of animals and helicopters just drag them off and then bring them back and drop them to the ground where the horns had to be embedded into the ground. There's no way you could do that on the ground. You'd have to drop it from height. So there is cases out there. There's always an exception to the rule. Now this is the problem I find with Greenstreet. He needs like these are all the people were asked, and this is what they said. So you should have included O'Brien in this video, I believe. So I'm taking the neutral ground here. So, a bit like most UFO cases, you could say 99% of them are explainable, but there's that 1% that's not. And of course, all the rest get lumped in with the 1% and ruin the field of research. And of course, all the sloppiness on the reporting and investigations doesn't really help things, does it?
Writing a fantasy. In one case, Officer Valdez reported that a 600-pound cow was found at the top of a tree, and he hypothesized that it had been dropped there from a UFO. But when Kenneth Rommel interviewed and pressed Valdez about this report, Valdez eventually admitted that the cow had been found at the base of the tree. Rommel stated, "The change of location is of major significance in that it not only totally undermines the theory the animal was dropped from the air, but also immediately..."
So he's got that stupid music, and of course he hasn't brought up the cow being dropped from height with the horns buried in the ground. So longhorn cattle, they have really long horns. If that's all buried in the ground, meter or so, that's going to take a lot of impact. And I think they snapped off the horn on one of them, I think he said on the interview. So that doesn't sound like something found at the base of a tree. Whether they're talking about the same cattle, we don't know here.
Suggests the cow was probably killed by lightning, one of the most common causes of livestock.
Yeah, because they're hanging around near a tree, right? Or maybe lean against it. If a tree gets hit by lightning, then it kills the cattle that's near the tree. If you're too close to a tree when lightning hits it, even you will get killed because it will go through the ground a fair distance and kill you. You know, a lot of people shelter under trees just like the rain coming down, but it's probably the worst place to be if there's lightning. So where is there a safe place? Inside a Faraday cage, which is pretty much your house that's got a ground system and a lightning rod on the roof, right?
Stock deaths. In addition, this admission seriously undermines the credibility of all the officers' previous statements. In June 1980, Rommel released a 300-page report. Rommel, just like the Colorado Bureau of Investigation,
found no aliens and nothing paranormal. Just scavengers eating the dead carcasses of cows, and maybe a few human copycats.
Unless it's on Skinwalker Ranch where birds and stuff don't get eaten, but then again, the cattle did have a big, what is it called? A dire wolf tooth hole through it, which is this making assumptions again. Scientists don't make assumptions like that, but experts said it had to be a dire wolf tooth. What if it was multiple bites over and over again in the same hole that got bigger and bigger, you know? So there's other factors. There's always exceptions to the rule.
UFO believers attacked Rommel's report, calling it a lie and a cover-up.
Here we go. So you can't make people believe.
Officer Gabe Valdez, now a celebrity in the UFO community, would go on to continue to look for the aliens that were killing cattle. In 19...
Oh dear, and he was a liar and a fabricator, proven this in the reports that Greenstreet found. And now he's a big celebrity. Tut tut tut.
In 1996, Valdez joined the National Institute of Discovery Science, a paranormal investigation group funded by billionaire Robert Bigelow. The Institute's first big investigation was...
Yeah, it sounds like Bigelow got suckered by a lot of people too, because they wanted to get his money.
At Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, a supposed UFO hotspot where unexplained cattle mutilations were claimed to have occurred. According to sources, Bigelow purchased the ranch after it was brought to his attention by former Miss Idaho and Queen of Cattle Mutilations.
The Queen of Ufology,
Linda Moulton Howe. To this day, Skinwalker Ranch remains an ongoing source of new spooky cattle mutilation stories.
I knew you'd have to put a bit on Skinwalker Ranch in it. The scientists that are not really scientists that blab out crazy theories.
Here is
when they don't even know the basic science of what they're looking at. You know, a LiDAR map with a black hole in the middle because it rotates around and it stays stationary, forming the map. Travis Taylor, you stupid person.
Brandon Fugal, the current owner of the ranch, with his paranormal investigation team, standing around a dead cow. They claim something spooky is happening.
In his flesh, what is it? Long jacket. What's they called? Those jackets. Kind of looks cool, like you're a man in black. He wears a lot of black, Brandon. I wonder if he's a government disinformation agent and he's a billionaire at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised.
None of them are forensic veterinary medical examiners.
And this little short diddly science guy, he's just terrible. It really is.
Fugal, a real estate mogul, is
he's got this backpack on with his Batmobile.
Seen here, wearing some kind of Ghostbuster backpack, as he examines a dead cow with whatever that is.
Doesn't look like he wants to get his hands dirty though. He's got the other hand in his pocket.
You can find links to my previous report.
Okay, yeah, we know.
How a panic about something spreads in society, sometimes out of all proportion to the actual thing. And as with a lot of this, there's probably not a single neat answer. My question is...
Yeah, it's basically what I said before. Greenstreet, though, will totally disbelieve it, but I think there's always exceptions to the rule. And that 1%.
Still, if you strip away all the panic, all the hysteria, all the embellished stories, all the I want to believe stuff, is there still something anomalous with a small number of the cases? I mean, I guess it's like UFOs. Most cases turn out to be misidentifications. So, you know, you might say the same with animal mutilation.
Yeah, so it's good that Nick Pope has brought up exactly saying what I said, but
Some of these
Greenstreet's not
deaths
going
are
to go
going to
with
be
it.
predators, some are going to be disease, some are going to be the animal was poisoned, some struck by lightning, some this, some that. At the end of all that, is there anything else? And that's the question.
Right, and the answer is no.
I think that's a superficial answer there, Greenstreet. I think there is a yes there, because you haven't brought up the cattle buried into the ground, dropped from great heights there. So that's an abnormal one there. So your research is, you need to do a part 2 update.
The answer is no, Nick. But the story persists. The meme persists. The flying saucer picking up the cow is a now universally known image. And the stories persist to this day. Seemingly every year there have been new stories about cattle mutilations. Even today, the stories persist. And they're mostly
I haven't heard too many lately though.
the same as the stories from the 70s and 80s. Cows found dead with cuts and slices of surgical precision. Parts of their body are missing, and sometimes there is no blood, as if someone or something removed it all from the cow's body. Who?
So the 6 organs thing is interesting. So who would want to remove the 6 organs, you know? To see if there's any radiation damage to the eggs, maybe, or sperm. So it could still be aliens, or it could still be a black ops random selection. Who can't say what they're doing. They probably could buy the cattle and then chop it up, right? But then there'd be this talk, why is the government buying up random cattle? And people would want to know why, and it would, I suppose I can see why they'd want to do it undercover, you know?
Or what is doing this? I have a homework assignment for you. Anytime you see a news story about dead mutilated cows, like this one from NPR, hit Control F on your keyboard and then search for these keywords: necropsy, pathologist, cause of death. Most of the time, you'll find that none of these words will appear, and here in this article, they don't. But these words, ideally, should appear in any news story about a cow's mysterious death. So if none of the proper scientific steps were taken to officially determine the cow's cause of death, it simply doesn't matter what spooky stories are in the article. You can outright dismiss them. Here's another story in the New York Times about
New York Times is garbage.
a series of cattle mutilations. There are 0 mentions of any forensic analysis or necropsy by a veterinary
So New York Post vs. New York Times.
pathologist. There are, however, mentions of UFOs and satanic cults as potential culprits. No, this article isn't from 1975.
2023, I think I might have mentioned it at one stage.
It's from 2023. It's the same story told the same way. As the saying goes,
For how many years? 40 odd years.
history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
He died 22, was it? No one's ever heard of him. So yeah, that was that. I only played that because I wasn't going to play much of it, but you played quite a bit of it there. See if I get hit with any stupid copyright nonsense later. Might lose the side chat if I do though. Stephen. Still can't see what I'm typing. Let's see. Kettle meets mitts. And you can watch it back and watch all the missing bits that I skimmed if you want. That was a long one though, but I still think it's incomplete. Yeah, I don't know if anyone said anything to it. Has anyone actually debated it? I feel you ruined an opportunity to market this as a starting at high moon. The stakes are too high to be using silly puns. I guess we agree to disagree. How much more are you both going to milk this? Don't get it sour. Has anyone ever really looked into the scientifically? Can't we find out how the cows are dying? Come on, man, we put men on the moon. Yes and yes. With the rising cost of beef, let's face it, aliens are vicious little consumer. Yeah, ask Linda Moulton how she's the expert on this hoax. She's part of it. I'm going to guess nature is killing cows for humans, yet radiation in the environment probably. I'm sure there is a human element involved. Yeah, some whack jobs that want to go and kill an animal and carve out bits for his dinner the next day. A homeless person. Homeless farmers. Aliens, no, I think whoever believes it's aliens should have a mental evaluation. Oh, that's nasty, isn't it? Nasty. Some anti-Semitic stuff there. Is it bacterial? Good idea. A good thing. Yeah, don't talk about any blood tests, radiation. Happening in North Queensland as well, Australia. Had a cheeseburger. Well, that's it. Moving on to the other topics. Next one. Sounds like AI trusted source as government head shrinks. Or Lureviews. So again, Osiris. So what's that guy's name? I still can't remember it. McGowan, is it? McGowan? Yeah, something like that. Interesting output from AI regarding the uptick in people's claims of knowledge about and interaction with aliens. Yeah, it was quite an interesting read, this. Not sure if I can handle reading all of it though. In a world where mental illness has evolved beyond historical signs and symptoms, individuals no longer exhibit traditional manifestations such as depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. Instead, a new form of mental illness has emerged, characterized by grandiose delusions of specialness, perceived telepathic communications with extraterrestrial, which I haven't had, and the compulsion to prophecy based on alleged alien information. Well, I haven't done any prophecy, but I've said what my dreams and science linked stuff was. And it's up to you if you believe it or not. I don't know if I believe it myself, but it's all interesting still. And that's why I document it. Because it may actually be true. The evolution presents profound implications for societal structures, healthcare systems, and security. So if the AI pulled this out of somewhere, it sounds like a medical journal or some sort of government organization, doesn't it? So government head shrinks. New characteristics of mental illness, blah blah blah. Telepathic communication with aliens. Visuals reports experience telepathic communications. Blah blah. The following raises questions about the origins of such experiences and the impact on individual perception of reality and behavior. It'd be funny though. I know they're mucking around with telepathic communications, but I think people have to wear like a head piece of gear, right? And that makes sense, you know, because they've got to amp it up. Maybe it can work out what they're going to think or say from brain cells activity, and then transform that into what it thinks it's going to translate into English, and then send it over a speech chip or whatever. Prophecy based on alien information, individuals. No prophecy or predictions, just theories on my part. So that sounds like what's his name? David Wilcott. He's the one doing predictions, and Billy Meyer. Who else does it? Corey Good. Implications for society, healthcare systems, traditional diagnostics. It goes on a bit, doesn't it? I'll post a link to it so you can have a read of it. Security protocols, government security, ethical considerations, stigma and discrimination. There's a risk of increased stigma and discrimination against those exhibiting these new forms of mental illness, exacerbating their isolation and impeding their access to care. Conclusion: the evolution of mental illness into forms characterized by delusions of specialness, telepathic communications, prophecies. Yeah, I wonder who typed that into the thing. Was it this guy? I don't know. You can go and have a chat to him if you want. Everybody's got mental illness who believes in aliens. Mentalness. Who's out there still? It's been really slack on YouTube. What's happened to YouTube today? And what's happened to Build? And what's happened to... actually, Rumble's not been too bad. But none of these guys are hitting a like on it for us. Do hit a like. So I can test out my program at least to get past one counter. The server increments. I'm still testing it out, you know. Yeah, it's probably not going to be the last changes to it either. What's this one? Charlie Weiser. Yeah. I don't really like Charlie Weiser too much. I think the debunkers are sometimes as worse as the believers, right? There's no middle ground. If Josephine had a sagittal crest, we blatant debunkers would be asking, how come this found in animals with strong jaw muscles but Josephina doesn't have a jaw. Okay, so this is talking about the mummy. So they shaved it off. It ain't rocket science. So here's a diagram posted, or she has posted, of the llama skull and the alien skull, comparing it. And it does look very similar, doesn't it? But I thought it had been cut. I suppose if we cut that bit off there, I would match it there. Looks like it's been cut there though, doesn't it? Llama skull. Alright, so they cut it off there, by the looks of it. Took out the teeth. Like that bit there, so they must have cut off quite a bit of it. Teeth would have been there, going to that bit there. The eye socket they filled in somehow, and the rest of it with clay or whatever the thing. What was the X-ray of that? So it needs that X-ray added to that bit. Llama skull, they shaved off the crest. All other modifications. How is the eye socket filled in though? How is it a conspiracy? It's what a hoaxer would do to avoid questions. If the eggs had featuses, I suspect they're real reptile eggs, so yeah, they have embryos. So, of course, as we know, DNA, it can be very similar between all our species on Earth, except for banana, which is only 50%. Yeah, go debate that if you want to. But I believe they are fakes and a mixture of bones and modifications myself. Is it an I? Can't remember. L-I? Anyway. Just that up there. Close that down. So these things keep cycling around, as you can see. These are from the week of news, right? There we go. For just want to do a few checks here. There we go. I'm pilled. 2 watch it. 24 haven't passed through. Rumble. Let me just do a check on this one. Is it still live? Should be. Haven't had any dropouts. So there's 9 watching there at the moment. Hi guys, there. I'm just going to post up message here. Some typo there, but who's here? Who's on tilt to say hi? I don't know what's wrong with people lately. And have we got anyone on X? Good question. No one there. Well, we got up and running, and Twitch. Don't think we've had anyone drop by on that one either. Is it live though? Let me just double check that one. Yep, it looks like it's live. Okay. Well, we try our best. And who's on YouTube? Anybody out there? One person? Yeah, where's all the regulars? Looks like we might have someone drop by. We got Shogun there. Okay, I better go check to see why I missed your message. Alright, looks like it's stuck up here again, that's why. Hey, here we got here. Okay. So, are you there, Shogun, still? There we go. How did I miss you? Could be worse, I could be dead. What happened there? What did I miss? She's a real nutcase, the woman, dementia and illness. Someone should tell her, step down, love, you're mad. What? Vegan bat. I don't know. I don't understand that. Especially you're talking about Linda Moulton Howe there. I didn't miss any other comments, did I? Duh, Shogun. You should always highlight my name at the Out There channel and changes it into a bright color, I believe. I don't know if it's still around or not. But yeah, sorry about that. This thing wasn't scrolling up for some reason. It's one of the annoying things with it. Ah, Michael, I thought you might be camping or something. Yo! Yeah, it's been a bit lonely here by myself talking away. No one's really showing up on the other domains much either. Pilled is dead, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Been busy. You see, they tried to kill Trump. Yeah, I said so at the beginning of the show today, but I've yet to catch up on it. So yeah, be interested to see what's going to happen from now onwards. That's why they wanted to take away the president bodyguards service, right? It's all planned. It's all been planned. Oh, you conspiracy theorists. Yeah, anyone that's a bit of a worry of getting in power and draining the swamp they want to get rid of, right? Hillary Clinton will make sure to it. She's got some special protection, that lady, I'll tell you. He will definitely win now. That's what I said with the debate, but yeah, for this added on top, it just means that the left are just full of nut jobs. They really are. And when you ask them why they hate Trump, they can't really answer. It's just that they live in an echo chamber, right? And they talk amongst themselves. They don't really know why they hate Trump, because they've been fed all these lies into their heads that he works with Putin and other countries, and trying to undermine America. But when it actually looks like it's Biden that's undermined everything, started the wars, funding the wars. He's done. The left have been doing everything that they claimed Trump would do, and Trump done none of it apart from make America rich again, and people be able to buy food and stuff. I don't know. Americans are just crazy. They don't realise how good they've got it. The only people against them are people like Lureviews, who is a Cuban, which comes from a communist country in the first place. Yeah, so I suppose he's going to hate Trump, isn't he? He's brought up on being a communist, living in America of all people. And Democrats are commies. They really are. But anyway, not allowed to talk about that stuff here, but that's the truth. What the F is this thing? Okay, we're on to the UFO videos now, so let's have a bit of a laugh watching them. Dots in the sky. So this one was quite interesting though. Yeah, I know Michael's going to have a lot to say on politics. Shudo was like 100 feet away. Snipers were warned he was there and they didn't see him. Yeah, right. I agree with that statement. Yeah, right. Been impeached, taken to court with kangaroo courts with false convictions of rape. Anyone can point a finger and call rape. They did it on Julia Assange. And convinced and shot at. Someone wants rid of him. Only the good ones seem to get. Well, at least he's carrying on and fighting, because he's fighting for America, and they just don't understand it. Although he's become a bit more of a politician than a businessman, and his speeches are like propaganda. You know, I will do this, I'll do this. But I think if you look at his track record, he's always said what he's going to do. You know. I like. At first, I didn't like Trump, but then I saw his character come out over the 4 years, and realised he was a hardball businessman. And of course, he's going to upset people that do business with USA. You know, it makes sense. And this lies about him trying to overrule the courts and the democratic system. That's exactly what the left have exactly done. With the laptop and all that stuff and election rigging. I think it's all going to come out one day, and it'll make the history books, right? And it'll change the way we do politics. There'll be a lot of changes to come, I think. But anyway, in America at least, the world that sort of sucks ass to America, like our government does. They let America influence us here in New Zealand, and I hate it. They've broken all the laws here to spy illegally on .com and all that sort of stuff and got away with it. And yet they want to extradite him to slam him in prison for Hollywood, who are all a bunch of scumbags anyway, and anti-Trump as well. They all got mental, that's the whole bang of them. Apart from a few good people like Clint Eastwood, he's a really good guy. But anyway, let's have a look at this video. Now, I thought at first, kind of looks like CGI, you know? Looks like someone's taken a dot and the round brackets and just put it on a video that this just got from the house cameras filming the sky. But yeah, I just kept on watching. It's just a bad video, I think. It does look like brackets though. Like, it might be like, I thought, is that some sort of software that's putting brackets around an object that's moving? Because you normally get the square orange or red boxes, right? Or sometimes white as well, I think. It's out of focus, not really good video, right? Can't hear anything, he's got this audio there. Sounds like he's filming through a window though, I think, as well. So what did they say about it? This is in Germany, I think. What the F is this thing flying over Berlin? There's probably a rational explanation, right? Yeah, yes there is. So I did some research onto it, and there is a rational explanation for it. Let's see. Why is it not coming up though? I might have to reload the page. Alright. I got this one with flash just before it shows the halo. Okay. Is it really a halo? I suppose it would be. It would have been a circular expanding fog ring or cloud ring. Which we've seen before on lots of other videos to do with space travel, right? But anyway, we'll get there. So we'll have a watch of this one. This is another angle. So obviously it's really happening. So once there's more videos, this sort of change your mind that it's not CGI, unless it's like the Jerusalem UFO fake, which was done by film students, filming at different angles, or faking it at different angles. Don't see it myself on that video, but there was a flash there by the looks of it, which is what you get when a rocket separates a two-stage booster. There is it. Yeah, I know what that one is. There's a look. I think he's just showing it up. Yeah, rocket launch. The two things that look like brackets is where the second stage blows off, making a gas cloud. And someone's put here REAN6. So if you look up that, it's actually a spaceship. SpaceX, is it? Or was it Chinese or what? So let's find out. And here we go. Rockets report Chinese film suffers another failure. So that could explain the explosion ring. Alien 6 soars and debut. How'd you say that one? Debut. Rocket launching for the first time. Launch date. Malfunction. European expandable launch system operated by Space. So it's not SpaceX the culprit this time. So it's in Europe, which is going to be probably seen from UK, France, Italy, Germany, places like that. Now let's have a look at images. There we go. I assume it would have a stage 2 then. But looks like it exploded, is it? But that one's on the launch pad. Did it explode in the sky? Probably separation, I'd say. So it's got a stage 2 on it. To explain, does it land again? Does it? Now it looks like there's a separation there, and then that bit goes on by itself. So yeah, the booster, most of it is to get it up in space, which is all the liquid inside that little tube. So that would have been at the edge of space when it separates, 100 kilometers up, is it? So yeah, there's the culprit. Simple one, that one. Just a bit of research. I'm not sure if it's been on the 3rd phase. July the 10th, it may be there. We haven't been looking at them religiously, but I believe there was some there that they showed that looked like a rocket launch. Because they don't do any research, right? So here's another one. The same. Okay, let's play that one. Yeah, it looks identical to the first guy's one. Still out of focus too, but it's near a tree this time. One day someone will get a decent camera. And we got another one here. Saw it too. This one's over a tree. Do you keep it in focus more? But you can see how people would think that would be aliens if they've got aliens on the brain in the sky watching every night. But you think they'd be using the apps at least, the space tracking apps, right? And we got another one, so there's quite a lot of videos of it. So if I'm not seeing it. They probably see it better with their eyes than their smartphone can see it, right? The eyes, human eyes are pretty amazing. Not seeing it. Might be a little speck. Here's another one. Right, they might have zoomed into it, have they? My nasal spray's finally kicked in. Once I start sneezing, it's when it starts breaking down. This one's got lens flare. So that makes it more legit to me. Where's the bright light down here? High mass light. Yep, there we go.
Fuck, that's freaky as fuck, bro.
So this is the high mass light lens flare. And you can see this rocket launcher must be way up there. It's a lot dimmer than the lens flare. Anyway, it's quite good. Good one to go with. To start with. Debunked. And I suppose they checked the timestamps for that launch date. But anyway, I'm not going to verify it all. Space launch. Brackets of all things. It's a strange one. We haven't seen one quite like that, but just check the side comments again. Did I miss anything? Probably have. Michael, still going. What did I miss out on here? I like him regardless of his ego, no BS and just common sense. Yeah, he's not perfect, but we don't want someone that's perfect. I'm done, it's cool. Right. So yeah, start thinking about UFOs and aliens now. Still no likes on the other one, so is it a bug with my program or is it some other problem going on there still? And no one hitting a like on Rumble for us. Maybe that doesn't update till the end of the show. I don't know, it's kind of weird. If that's the case. Build. Well, on the other screen, admin panel says the same stats as my thing, so I guess no one's had a like on it. Bit unfortunate. Anyway, carrying on to the next one. How many people got out there at the moment? 11 in total. And what's this one? Alright, so this is what's come out here. The Space Force tracking UFOs. SBIRS missile warning satellite system is active. When was that posted? July 2024. So here's the big monster thing. I suppose SpaceX put it up there, did it? It's big solar panels. Looks like it's got a lot of sensors and stuff on it. What's that playing there?
Infrared surveillance continues to be a critical national security space mission. The Cold...
It's got damn music on it. I think we may have looked at this before.
Infrared surveillance continues to be a critical national security space mission. The Cold War...
So how many satellites they got to cover the globe there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Focus on strategic ICBM systems has expanded to include...
What's that one going up there though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
short and mid-range ballistic
So they got another orbit level.
missile threats. The Defense Support Program maintains the legacy Cold War monitoring to warn of
Well, it didn't save Trump from being shot.
ICBM missile launches against the U.S. The
If they had that technology in space where they can ID a gunman in the crowd, and it's not being used.
replacement program is the Space-Based Infrared System, or SIBRS, which is already provided two infrared sensor payloads in highly elliptical orbits, or HEO. The SIBRS
Very interesting.
program is also deploying multiple spacecraft into geosynchronous Earth orbit, or GEO.
Now, you always see on these alien movies a big mothership coming and it bumps into all these satellites and knocks them out of orbit because they're looking the wrong direction. So should they be looking towards Earth as well as going outwards?
Each has two independent infrared sensors. One is a scanner dedicated to missile warning with full Earth monitoring. The other sensor is a taskable starer that can focus on selected regions.
A stereo.
Each pair of sensors
Stereoscope. 3D. I suppose you need like two sensors to map height, location properly, right?
act simultaneously and independently of each other, providing a robust, taskable infrared platform.
Watch out, Russians.
SIBRS is the nation's next generation of space-based infrared surveillance. The program has already proven its value with successful HEO payloads on orbit. With deployment of the
I think humans should all be working together instead of wasting money on bullets and trying to land grab everything. Should be working together to go into space. Yeah. I don't know if you want to watch that or not. But we know the government are up to stuff. Still here, just chilling, cool. Gov Space Force, secret, not secret Space Force. Although we don't know too much about it, do we? So it's still secret. Did that go? Yeah, it's just not scrolling properly there. Alright, so here we go for time. We're coming up to 3 hours already. I don't know where I get my energy from. Especially with the crazy ice, it's really making it hard. Okay, what have we got here? Tic Tac shaped UFO caught in video over Casper, Wyoming. July the 3rd, 2024. Now straight away I see Tic Tac. I thought, yeah, it's going to be something explainable. So let's have a watch of it and see what you think. Music added, yeah, that really helps. Not. So we'll just pause it and watch it in steps here. So if we zoom right into it, because these guys don't know how to analyze properly, what do you think? Not stabilized, so it's going upwards. Will they get it in focus? A better camera. So you can see it's starting to change shape slowly. Now that black and whiteness around it, we know that's compression artifacts. The way it compresses the video. Straight away we start to see like it's got a bit going up here to another bright flash of lights, typically associated with tail fins, right? So there's probably a tail fin here, it's reflecting a lot of light back and it looks like a little circle. And here what looks like wings with the engines on it, and what looks like a nice little round nose that you get on a commercial jet. And what do you get it in focus? What do you get a zoom, an optical zoom? It's coming near a tree. Yeah, go on, mate. Get past the tree. Come on, come on. Where is it? Nah, didn't get past the tree. So, yeah, it definitely looks like a airliner. Stupid noise that is. So how can you see something like that really well? Let's roll. Yeah, you can see the tail fin and where the wings on the side would be. So what did I say? Come on, can see the wings and the tail equals jet. Why this cheesy song, dude? I found this video on Reddit. And they promote that garbage too. Almost starting to think these might be secret test vehicles, yeah, called passenger jets. Not so secret. Chuckles, looks like an ET is just ready into mints this day. What's that mean? Oh, Tic Tac mints, alright. Somehow the dramatic background music almost establishes scientific objectivity. Yeah. Look at that. Check out the town name too. Seems to be something that's up your alley. So here we go. Clearly a Boeing 737 Max. I don't know how he managed to get the model number, but he's correct. It is a plane. And we got some other ones here. Which may not be a plane. Oh yeah, it could be. I don't know. Light reflections can be very strange of distant objects. That kind of looks like the moon though. I don't know. What are we looking at here? It does have a like plane shape in it though. That's got to be the moon though, isn't it? It has to be. Great catch plane. So fake. Well, it's not fake. It's just typical TikTok nonsense. Strange object, isn't it? So these are the people that should be watching the Out There channel and learning these things. And once you've seen one video over and over again, the same thing, and it's near an airport, and you do background check and you do a side-by-side of the same distance of it blurred, like I've done side-by-side of the same size, jet blurred, and it looks identical. And you get a feel for these things, right? So you do it every day for 8 years like we do, and bingo. So what's your feel on this next one? This person's claiming it's holographic fake whales in Dubai. Whales as in the sea creatures. And they said they can fake UFO invasions, fake nuclear bomb explosions, and fake meshes returning. So yeah, you've probably seen a few of my shows going back a few years. We know there are blimps, robotic blimps that look like fish and stuff, but is it that here? So let's have a play of it. There you can't really tell at this stage whether it could be those robotic fish, but haven't seen anybody brave enough to use them outside. But if they got some sort of backup thing with bigger engines on it where they can bring it down safely like a blimp, I don't see why not. And you can see there's not a breath of wind here. But look at this here. It doesn't look like a real building. You're looking at this, it looks like something that's been like a graphic rendering with real people added on it here. Doesn't look quite right with the reflections. So it's a merge of real and CGI. So that's what gave it away to me, CGI straight away. It doesn't look real, it doesn't have the same sort of light reflections off the skin, it's all one tone. It's pretty amateurish CGI, really. Yeah, you're gonna have a helicopter with the blades to chop up flying whales. Blubber fly everywhere. So that is so much like artwork, CGI artwork, really crude. Obviously some sort of promotional video, I guess. For what? I don't know, some conference. Clearly CGI, but there are robotic whales and fish sharks and dolphins they use in shows inside buildings. So I expect Dubai to use them for shows too. So that might be a CGI of what people are going to see inside a big hall for a conference or some sort of expo, and have them flying around on the roof, right? So I could see that. I don't want to see ugly feet. I actually live in Dubai, and a few weeks ago I walked down that very bridge, this bridge. Yeah. And that still looks like CGI there. This is just pure CGI hacked into a video. There is no holographic whales jumping out of water or flying in the sky. Yeah, I think it's a bit hard to simulate a holographic whale jumping out of water in the first place. Silly post, really. But I thought we'll have a look at it and have a laugh. They can even fake planes crashing into buildings 9/11. That sounds like Dr. what's his name? John Lear nonsense. Don't believe it. What they are projecting the holograms off. Yeah, you normally need some sort of mist in the air. It's got to reflect off particles. That's how holograms work currently, anyway. Whole video is staged with actors. This is just CGI, no holograms. Yep, fake. I think Ashton Forbes would believe it though. See what you see on your big screens anyway. It looks so fake. A no-brainer. Because you get people like Goofon saying, oh, you got to at least prove it's CGI. Well, you can see because the reflections are not right. Everything looks like matte colour, you know, but in the real world that doesn't happen. If a building's painted white, you're going to get different shades of white. CGI. Amateur CGI for advertising, I'd say. Right, did I close that one down? This is the next one. Yeah, okay, next one. Now, I don't think, talking about Donald Trump today, I don't think he's got his own news network, not yet anyway. So, whoever's posting this garbage with Donald Trump's name, he should be suing them. Breaking UFO scene just south of Miami, Florida. So we've probably seen this one a few million times already. Remember they put it on that stupid identified show with Zondo on, right? And they put it through the AI program that said it wasn't a UFO, but it couldn't identify it as skydivers with pyros. Here's another one. They do this every year over stadiums, sports events. Looks like a shooting star when it's not. And then they suddenly separate before they hit the ground. There we go. We've seen this so many times on so many different videos. Oh, it's UFOs, man. They're simply just coming down from space and stopping midair. You know, you think Zondo would even be able to detect that as skydivers. Go back and watch the original TV show. It just proves that guy was a government disinformation right from that beginning. And that's... And they slowly come down. Takes ages though. Don wouldn't post such obvious stuff. Skydivers. There's that lung thing again. Skydivers with flares, well, pyros probably. But flares would do. Drones, no, not this time. Skydiving, yes. SpaceX, no. Still better explanations than UFOs then, but more skydivers with flares. Skydivers, balloon. No. Anyway, still doing the rounds though. No matter how much times we pointed out, people will still keep spreading it. Yeah, we'll have to go soon. How are we going for time? Oh yeah, it's getting near that stage, isn't it? I just filmed a UFO in Las Vegas, seriously. It's identified, it's flying as object. Is it flying though? If it's buoyancy like a balloon, it's not flying, it's drifting. None of the 5 observers are most likely a balloon. Also, I filmed this from a hot tub. Yeah, so if you're still out there, Michael, have a look at the beginning of the show. I showcased my new UFO Grifter game that we can do interactions with. If you type, yeah, since we got some people now, or if you all type in apostrophe dice on the side chats that you got there, this program here will recognize it and roll dice for you. And I got a 4. Right, so if anyone else does that, you see if you get a different number. If you're out there. Now we can use that for interactive first time board games. In fact, I might just pop it up now for any newcomers that just come on. I'll just show you what I've been working on. And I'll be finishing it off maybe tomorrow and doing it live so people can see how I'm coding it and give suggestions for the cards on it. So if I run that up, I'll just recap this before we look at the videos again. Takes a wee bit of processing to draw the graphics. There is a bug there I've introduced because I've got it ticked there. It still should load the picture, so it must be a part of it. My logic, but it creates all these counters up to 9 grifters. We got a few there that you can pick from, and we can tick which ones are in play. I've yet to add the buttons to select the player's turn, but yeah, it's a board game and these will move along like these ones here to different locations, and you accumulate money. If you land on these ones, you get community card money. So for instance, we could say if Goofon lands there, we could say Goofon makes 2,000 subs and 400,000 views and made $10,000 in super chats as a community card, right? Illegally airing nuisance, so we can just add in all the real things that these grifters have been done. into community cards and have it randomly select them. So yeah, we need some people to join us and think of things that they know went down. And because I don't know all the full details of Corey Good's grifting and what stuff products he's made, but yeah, we can make up some stuff for him, I suppose. And then the Grim Reaper, if you land on that, we've got Dr. Greer there on there at the moment as a test sample. So that might be pull out a card that he gets sued by a UFO seeking desert dweller, banging on drums. I don't know what you call them. Suing them for launching flares in the sky, claiming they're UFOs, and not to film it, because that did actually happen. Well, actually, he did the free energy stuff too. So yeah, we should have really probably added Linda Molten Hell there, but we could make these customizable in the future. We got Tyler Klockner there. And we got Zondo there. He's got a book out at the moment, grifting off that. So yeah, that's what I've been working on during the week. It's coming together. But I probably need help making the cards on it. And maybe they earn money by the dice roll. So if you get higher dice rolls, you earn $100 per dice number. So you get 6, you get $600 or whatever. So so once they go negative, then they lose out, right? They lose the game if they go negative income. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun once we get that done and people can join in. Shelly, how's it going? So it looks like no one there to try out my dice thing. Can you just type in apostrophe dice and hit enter there, Shelly? See what happens. I'm pretty sure it works. I was showing you an example just before. Can someone do it? Anyone? There, just type in apostrophe dice and hit enter. Anyone? It's newly been added to the chat. I think I'm talking to myself. Can't be too hard to type in 5 characters and hit enter, surely. Yeah, looks like it might be too hard for the basket for you people. Oh, here we go. Dice and sphere. No. Can you just type in @dice for us? Come on, it's not too hard. Just do that. And this time I got a rolled 1. But I want to see other people do it, so it's not me testing out my own code all the time. You're not going to help me, are you? You can't be all lurkers, can you? Rumble's got 17 live. They can't be all lurkers up there, can they? Looks like it's answering back there, so I think that the thing's... Hey, here we go. Morrison, the bot rolled you a 3, so we can play board games now and be interactive. That's pretty cool. So we've been doing the UFO Grifter game there, and everyone can choose a different thing. Looks like Michael must have gone to sleep or gone and played games or something. But anyway, and Shogun, I'm not sure what happened to him either. So let's have a look at his video here, see if you can spot it. We're getting there. We've got the rest of these ones to do, then we're finished for the day. This is the best we can do with a smartphone. Digital thing, is it? Can you see it? You have to have really good eyes. There we go. There's a little dot. Must be at the end of the pixel range here. And looking at the size, it's a fair distance up there. And if we zoom right into it, we might be able to see a shape on it. Okay, it kind of looks like a pear shape to me. Or at least a circular shape that's distorted there of atmospherics. And all the movement is his hand, of course. Yeah, looks very circular there. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it going? Oh, here it is. Still looks circular there. It definitely looks like a weather balloon to me. We can't see the payload, so it's a fair bit up there, but looks like it's got something going down in some of the frames. Yeah, it definitely looks like a weather balloon, a big white circular object. And that's the best he does. Without my zoom, it's nothing though. But he said it was a balloon at least. But I think it's a weather balloon, to be more precise. And he's taking a photograph for those who claim to be debunkers. Eat this metadata. I don't think it works that way. Because once you upload it to Twitter, it changes the metadata, doesn't it? Okay, so iPhone. He's an iPhone user. Overpriced piece of junk. They have good cameras on it though. But the Samsung do now too. So it looks like a weather balloon. Try to think positive. It's a UFO. There's space babies inside. A spy balloon. I don't think it's a spy balloon. I think more people would be filming it if it was, and it wouldn't be so high up. Because I want to come down for the radio communications. Now on to the next silly video, Dots in the Sky series. Friends was sent this today as if it's fake, please explain me how. And guess who it's from? The big con artist that conned Hal Putoff and a few other people out there. Bend and Spoons. They fooled the world for a wee while. Until the great Randy showed he could bend spoons too and showed how it was done. Yeah, so what do you think? This guy is either taking the piss here, or he's really, really that thick and clueless. So what do you think? Does this look like it's going to be a fake video? And how was it done? Yeah, come on, you can't be that stupid, can you? Oh, it's loud. Where's the mute buttons? I really hate Twitter. Play thing. Let's get rid of the sound. We don't want sound. It's got fake sound on it anyway. How can you tell if that's a fake? Isn't it a nice clear CGI FX, what do you call it, model? Looks like something Third Phase would do. They had a wee bit of wobble to it there. It looks like it's on a string. But I'm pretty sure that's pure CGI here, not a model. It just shows you they got artificial focus problems added. I could just see Blake Cousins presenting this one. This was just filmed on the great island of Homo. What's being pointed out here? He's a terrible grifter, that's for sure. I believe aliens helped me knock out the radar systems. This is fake URI. No, a good way to tell. Most ET craft wouldn't have sharp edges or things sticking out. The palm trees are holograms. Jesus. With special effects like, what kind of question is that? Well, Yuri, we have these things called computers. And people use them to create all kinds of animations. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Space alien ship. Yeah, it kind of looks like that, but I think it is. I don't think it is that, is it? I was going to say it looks a bit like the Seattle thing. Prop it up, speed it up. 10%. So I don't think it was that though, was it? But I could be wrong. I thought it had something else on it. Oh crikey, I measured that not long ago. Stupid Twitter. Is it Seattle Tower, if it's called? Yeah, it's not the same thing, is it? It's a nice try. I think some of the fakes do the Seattle thing. Yeah, it's definitely not that, is it? It's got those underneath. It's got whatever that is to stop people jumping, is it? I don't know. I suppose it's changed now, is it? It definitely looks like CGI. Yeah, it's changed the game. Damn it! But anyway, I don't think it's the same. And this one here. That's a reflection of a light in the window, isn't it? A ceiling light. Over Paris. It disappeared when I flicked off the switch. Kitchen lights. Yeah, there you go. See, I'm pretty good. I didn't even have to read that caption to know it was a ceiling light. I'm really good at this stuff, and I just get attacked over it all the time. Oh, that's not a debunk. You know, you don't have to do a debunk when you've done millions of them. Maybe not that many, but still. What's that one? Sydney Sky Tower. Yeah, thought I recognised it. Did think it was in America though. Anyway, that URI GELLER. Fancy posting that garbage. He must like the attention or something. On to another sky dot. What do we got here, Shelly? Did you do my dice test, Shelly, yet? Have you? Yes, I know she had cancer. That must be caregiver. Please, oh, that's my bot. Keep writing every 15 minutes, is it? So she's saying it's cancer. That's shit luck if it is. I have a question connection maybe. Still didn't do the dice for me, did she? Alright, maybe she did. Oh, she did. She did. Thank you. Finally, someone did it for us, and she got a 3. I got a 1 and a 4, I think, a couple of times. So it is working. Cool. We're about to do that then. On to the next video. It's a weather balloon again, this one.
Early morning sighting.
Kind of looks very similar to the other guy's one, doesn't it? You can see the sun reflecting off it. It's sort of shimmering. That's got to be a weather balloon, right? Not a satellite or anything like that.
Is silent. Fairly low.
You could say it might be SpaceX, but what's the reference points we got? We got any reference points? Let's have a look.
Early morning sighting.
You can't keep it still. Tripod, tripod. Brace your arm against something, mate. And keep a reference point so we can see how low it is. So he's breaking all the rules.
Is silent.
SpaceX generally gets lower, balloons generally get higher, or stay roughly the same, right? So we got no reference points here. We got all these trees that he can reference on, and then he can zoom it in the lab and add it on the end of the original video. But anyway, yep, that definitely looks like a weather balloon, just like the last one we looked at. They launch in the mornings, yeah, because they want the weather forecast for the day. They launch them every few hours, don't they, normally? Looks like a silver balloon. No, it doesn't look like a silver balloon. Have a look at pin tweet. Frequency beams, lithium flare, maybe. No, I don't believe it's a satellite or International Space Station. I think that one's a balloon. But we have not the full data to go on there. Reference points. So we got another one here. More dots in the sky appeared within minutes tonight. The object kept dimming and glowing. So what normally dims and glows as it moves through the sky? Satellites changing angle to the sun. And wet weather atmospherics. So let's just play this.
I've only been out here for about...
It's going on an angle, it's heading downwards, like International Space Station does.
2 minutes, this object appeared.
And they do appear out of nowhere, because the sun then suddenly lights them up. Because they come from the darkness into the sun, the angles and all that sort of stuff. And then they last for about 1 to 5 minutes and disappear.
Went bright and then dimmed.
Looks like it's going behind a cloud, which means it's out in space, in orbit, and not in the atmosphere this time.
Bright again.
You can see it here. Unfortunately, it's not on YouTube. We can't use our filter to highlight the clouds here. But no analysis done on it. No tracking apps used on it. Check for International Space Station. Typical looks like that and lasts like 1 to 3 minutes. It's the only person that replied to him. So yeah. Next dot in the sky. This just happened, not sure what they are. UFOs. So this one, these guys should be able to get. Is that helicopters I can hear? I can hear jump, 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 jump noise. Let's see if I can amp it up. Now this guy must be pulling our legs, I reckon. Maximum volume, here we go. I wonder what do you? You know, that's exactly the same as I film, and helicopters do sound like that. And you can see the red strobe light. They normally have one on the tail fin, is it? Overexposed dots, because of the spotlights they have on the front of helicopters. There you go, you see the aviation light here flicking once every 1 second. This is sort of thing that guy in Vegas does, Steve Malone. He normally puts up crap like this, and he gets rid of the sound, and he mucks around with the speed and sets it on different settings to hide the red strobe lights. Yep, helis overexposed because of the camera, but red light and hair blades. Helicopters, you can clearly hear them. We can. They are drones with spotlights. No, not this time. They're not. Interesting. So not many people answered on that one, but it's now solved. Yeah, see, Steve Brown, he loves those type of things. What's happened to this one? Michael, he's still here. Michael, did you try the dice? Try the dice. Although Shelly did test it for us. I think Shelly stepped away. Jasper, you only just got here. Do the apostrophe dice thing and see if you get a random number. For our board game. I'm going to do another show tomorrow, maybe the next day or so, to see how I feel anyway. Finish off the code of the game and we'll do some test runs on it. And then maybe I'll do a thing in the weekend where we do open lines and we can play board games worldwide. Through chat, community chat. I'll be the first one that's ever done this too, probably. Although I know, what's his name? Geekcraft tried to implement it on his bubble system. Which I don't think if he's working on anymore, or has he given up on it or something. A peer-to-peer chat thing, community, basically, that the government can't take down. It was really promising looking anyway. In other news, shots fired at Trump. Yeah, we've been through that. One spectator killed, really. I'm going to have to catch up on the news after the show here in a minute. Do hit a like on... Still haven't tested out the likes there on Rumble for us, but we only got 1, 2 watching. But anyway, I think the stuffed up their code. I think people have clicked like and it's just not showing again till the stream ends. I think they stuffed up the code because I don't think it's my add-on, because the main page isn't showing 1 like as well on build here. Just reload it just to be sure. Nah. It says 2 now. Thanks. So did mine update here? Let's just see. It doesn't look like it, because if I had to reload on mine, this needs a special reload button I've added in to fix it. So definitely it looks like they stuffed up some code, because that used to work on the admin panel. It's not working anymore. Pretty scummy, really. I don't know who checks out their code. Yeah, so let's do a refresh. I think I hit it at the wrong time. Should make a beep noise. how they have pressed it. Or system belt thing. And should update, hopefully. This is the thing I added on since last time it wasn't working. So I don't have to close it and restart it each time. Still hasn't updated though. Oh, now it has. There you go. So it took about a minute here. That's working quite nice. Ditto, ditto. So Mike, now you're back again. All woken up, type the dice in. And anyone on the other platforms could do that too, and see if we get a random number for you for a board game that we're going to implement. Right. Looks like it wasn't scrolling up again. I got 6 this time. Hey, that's a good number. The best number is 69. Dice. There you go. You got number 1. Trust you to get the lowest number. Yeah, I know. Try again. See if you get a different number. You seem to be unlucky, you know. You want bigger numbers when we play the board game because you get more money. The Grifter game, if you saw what I pointed up, or did you wander off again when I was showing you? I've shown it twice now, and I'm going to show it a third time. You just have to watch it later, I guess. Yes, you got one. Did it actually say that on YouTube? I don't think it does. I think it only shows it in my window here. But that's good enough, because I'm the one that takes the number, plugs it into the board game that we'll be playing. So if you want to. Yeah, what's YouTube got on the screen there? I'll look at it directly here. Yeah, it doesn't show up on YouTube. It doesn't send it back to YouTube, does it? No. It only shows mine. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, it only shows it on my screen, but that's good enough. Yeah, so any board games you could probably play interactive on that while we're chatting. Monopoly used to be my favourite. There is a Monopoly game, but I'll have to check it out. Is it a UFO? Photos and videos. So this is that guy that works with that hoaxer. That was the who's the ex-cop. What's his name? I think Shell has a problem with him. Can't even remember his name anymore. But this is his partner in crime, called Cosmic Neighbors. He reckons he filmed a UFO. But to me, it looks like a planet. So we'll play that. Come back and play that one in a minute. We'll see what other ones we've got here first to see how much. Oh, you might remember this old case here. Of the oil lights that will suggest to be oil rigs, and someone did analysis here mapping where all the oil platforms were. That corresponds with all the lights. Yeah, it is one theory, and I suppose it sort of does match up where the flame lights are. But it could easily be like fishing boats on the water too. Squid boats have really bright lights. It could also be Coast Guard flares being dropped at sea level, right near the sea, and it looks like parallax effect makes it look like it was moving through the clouds. The famous what's it called now? Military thing that was filmed. Oh, didn't want to do that. I'll post the link to it so you can have a look. I think he's got a link to the article. What Air Force was it? Brazil, Puerto Rican, Mexican. Okay. Live on Discovery, old case. So I think it could be all rigs lights because they do have platforms in the Gulf there. And because the angle they're looking down on makes perfect sense, doesn't it? So yeah, the Mexican Air Force case. Hey, who we got?
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Will give more when I get paid, mate. Hoping for big pay rise to come through. Tongue out.
Oh, cool. I pray that you get a big pay rise. Yeah, if I was a real grifter, yeah. But I would still want that for you, of course. But yeah, thanks very much. I forgot where I was typing now. I was typing up here. Mix Air Force case. I think Tyler Cotner put that up, was it last year again? Saying it's one of the best UFO cases. I think in this case it's not a very good case at all. Of course, they didn't change the distance between the dots that were going in the video, right? So if the dots were closing together and getting further apart, then you could say they're individual objects. And formation would rule out it being on oil rigs at least, because they have fixed flame things. But it couldn't rule out squid boats lights or flares though. So I reckon it would be a really poor case, and it's still just on that alone. So there we go. So we just confirmed that Pill definitely has a problem with the like button. If you reload the page, it doesn't show. And Rumble, I don't know what's going on with Rumble. Rumble might not update their likes until the end of the show. I don't know. So that one's done with. I suppose we could look at the web page just before we go. Is this the original video? Archive. Part 1. So that was the plane that filmed it. I guess. Merlin. It's got a radar added to the bottom there. Was it a camera? So that's probably where it filmed it from, is it? That's what that looks like on the oil rigs. And this is one of the images he thinks is this. So you can see the reflection of the water. Of the water. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? There's all the different burn off the gas from underground, and he's mapping out the distances. Those three, or those three. I got it loaded together here. Yeah, where's the original video? Does it play here at all? So he's got some great detail there, sort of thing I would do, but that's probably really overkill. But yeah, I think he's pretty nailed it there. That's a better one than what Mick West did. I don't think Mick West did all this. He could put it in his SIGH rec thing, couldn't he? And prove it now. Here's the original video. That's disappointing. Rest in peace. Funny little balloons. Except for they wouldn't give a thermal signature like what we're seeing in the video. But that would explain why you get some other strange stuff videoed as stuff like that, right? And end up on third phase, which we won't look at today. Having a break from them. Next one, alright, about the Earth's core. We should really talk about that. So that's last of all, so we'll look at this last UFO one. For some reason it's screwed up. Something strange how they screw it up here. On Reddit, yeah, but I think most of the people weren't interested in it because it's only the guy that posted it replying to his own video here. And he got no thumbs up. In fact, he got a thumb down by someone. So, yeah. So we'll just skim through this one under fair use.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, everybody. That sounds like Mike Marine entrance. Stand up and dance.
I'm going to get right into this, but I have to give you
That's not right into it.
just the smallest piece of background. Number one, I'm in New York City. I'm in Queens, New York. But in New York City, where this photo I was facing northwest, probably northwest, right? Wait, east, west, northwest. That's where it was.
Of course, he had a compass on his phone and took a snapshot and aimed it at the light there.
Right.
In fact, I've yet to set up my tripod with a phone with remote control so we can do sky watching and have the compass thing going again, and also have what stars we should be able to see. I'm still yet to do all that. But some of my cameras are starting to act up now. They've been outside for a long time, 24/7, so some of them go offline. I'm starting to get hardware faults on them. Anyway, you just blabbing on here, so we'll just skim to the videos what we want to see.
So here, let's zoom in. What is that?
Yeah, so that looks like something that's been corrupted by atmospherics, wouldn't you say? Isn't that typical of what you get for a bright planet? Mike, you probably looked at planets and stars and they sort of have a shimmering happening to it. Looks like it's got black bars going through, like it's being filmed through a tree though, but when you see the original video, eventually, it plays it at the end.
I'm not in it for that, all right? I really just love astronomy, astrophotography. I just love this stuff. I'm an IT person for 30 years now, 29 and a half years.
He could have repasted my laptop for me. He's got better eyes, probably. He's wearing glasses.
Now, mind you, when I'm looking at this,
this is still an image though.
Right? And I didn't sharpen anything up because I just didn't want nobody saying like, oh, he's editing the files. Look, he's manipulating. I didn't touch anything. All I did was convert them to JPEG.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We finally got the video. So that should be the first thing you play, right? That should be the video, and then look at the frame analysis. You should also look on a star map and say this is where it is in the sky. You should add all that information.
We're zooming in. I didn't know that till today. All right.
You didn't know about VLC zoom thing. It's pretty basic though.
See how you have blue, whitish, and reddish? It was, I'm telling you.
Planets always give off that red, blue, white flickering though. I think it's very common for Venus especially.
And it was doing something before I went out there because I seen all this
Yeah, was it zooming left and right? Right, its own accord? No.
sparkling around. For me to mistake this for the Seven Sisters, you don't have to be an astrophotographer or an astronomist or anything like astronomer or anything
Did you use any phone apps? No.
to realize that, you know, how the difference is. But when I got out there, this is what it was. All right.
That's why you use the phone apps. And that's a planet.
So now it's just steady itself right there.
When I see stars on my cameras, they don't flicker that much. But I think planets tend to flicker more, don't they?
And that's me because they were buzzing in my ear. They would kill me. I'm going to play that once again for you, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I got to pause this again because...
I wonder what planet it was, though. We need a star map. New York, we ain't got no date and time, have we? Let's see. He got a lot of views, but no likes, did he? Right, this is on YouTube. Okay, not Reddit. He would have got a lot more views than that on Reddit, I would have thought. He's got 16k subscribers. He's got more than I have. Working with fraudster and being on podcasts or people, that's the way to build it up. So they're saying it's Jupiter. I ended up taking some photos of Jupiter and some of what I thought was Pleiades star cluster. I don't think it could be a rocket launch or anything like that. It's hard to know. He's got the file on Google Drive there. You can grab it. So. Best person to ask would be a professional astronomer. Insult to injury. Very cool. Can you get another picture of the same spot? Could be focus and aberration, yeah. When you enlarge the object, it looked like it had some sort of structure. No. Is that all you got? Not many comments on it. 12 comments. And where's the view count gone? Oh, yeah. 14 likes. 16,000 subscribers, and he only gets that many watching. That should be a red flag. And only 14 likes. That's pretty bad. You know, you normally would have 100 likes with that kind of subscriber limit.
Again, I can figure this out.
So yeah, we got nothing to go on here. We know he's in New York. Doesn't have any timestamp here. I suppose it could be on one of the images we download it and look at, but I'm not going to bother. Create the Google Drive, dump the raw CR3 files, photos, so you can do a thing. Graphics people. I suppose we could have a look. I suppose shouldn't be too mean. You need access. You have to request access. So it's not open to everybody then. If access will switch to another account with access. Have I logged out of Google there? I don't think I have. Let me just copy that. I don't think I've logged out. Still logged in there, aren't I? It's covered up there. can we try? Now some of these are logged out of. Yeah, this is what always happens. When you say we'll have a quick look at it, it ends up being more trouble than it's worth. I need access. It says I'm signed in here, so why do I need to request access? Yeah, I don't really want to click that button. Switch to account with access. That doesn't make any sense. Forget about it. Anyway. Yeah, it looks like a planet to me. Alright, so let's put on the Earth's core here, just wrap up in the day. Here we go on the side comments here. Oh. Did I miss anything? I think most of you are going to sleep now. It's getting a bit late though. Yes, so thanks for that, Mike. £10, that's very generous, actually. Yeah, so cool. So yeah, be working on that game for the rest of the time till next weekend. And then I got to do just the updates on Skinwalker Ranch and also another show, a UFO show, which I want to cover. So yeah, it's always stuff to do. So this got posted out from Black Bolt. I think it's underneath this one, was it? No, let me just find which one it was on. Wasn't that one? From Black Vault here. Earth's core has slowed so much it's moving backwards. Scientists confirmed July the 8th. Here's what it could mean. CNN. And Space Weather News. You can always count on CNN to get it completely wrong. The core is not going in the other direction. It has slowed down to where it is no longer in a super rotation state. I really hate CNN. the fake news network. How can you hate them? Explain hotspots, not real. A constant hotspot is a liquid ocean of rock. That's not how it works. So yeah, I had a look into all this too. So yeah, did expect if we go to the picture here, there's various levels of the molten rock. There's an inner core, outer core, and so on. And then you got the Earth's surface, a very thin crust on top. Now, I'm not sure which way the molten core spins, whether it's spinning the opposite direction to the spin going around this way or not. But we can look all that information up. But that causes a magnetic field around Earth like a big magnet, right, and protects it from solar wind from the sun, which would cook our atmosphere and us and all that. So maybe that makes our planet unique. Maybe all the other planets out there that's, you know, orbiting every star has a solar system, they say now, and there's 100 billion stars. That means there's 100 billion solar systems with 2 or more planets on it. So that means there's at least 200 billion planets out there in our galaxy alone. And we're the only ones alive? Yeah. And maybe what makes Earth unique might be just also the molten core in it. But it just makes you appreciate that gravity must pull down the rocks, and every planet must have a molten core, right? Well, at least you'd think so. That's a good question to ask the IO bot, or at least look it up, you know. Have all planets molten core? Mars, for instance, has a solid core and a weak magnetic field. Venus has a liquid core that rotates. But can any planets have a empty core, you know, or something else? Can it be? Does it have to be metal? Have all planets molten core? No, the answer to that is obviously no. One's liquid solid. So solid means it's not molten, right? All planets cores hot. It should be all the gravity pull, you'd think. The moon, no, the moon, Mars, and many other planetary-sized objects in the solar system have cold cores. So maybe it's dependent on size, is it? But it's interesting, there's a lot of exceptions to the rule, isn't there? Which direction do cores of planets spin? The core of our planet is made of an outer layer of liquid metal and an inner core of solid metal. That's about 90% the size of the moon. Generally believe the core rotates counterclockwise, which is what I thought, and viewed from the North Pole like the rest of the planet. So it's moving the same as the surface, and not going in the opposite direction to the surface. So there we go. You often hear about people talking about pole shifts, right? So these other people posted up stuff here too, with some more interesting pictures. J. Anderson, scientists have confirmed that Earth's inner core rotation has slowed significantly, leading to a reversal in its spin direction, which is fake news, of course. So there's the inner core, which is solid. And then we've got a liquid metal core, and on their diagram it's going anti-clockwise. There we go, just what we just confirmed with the Google search. So that information is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cores now. So we've gone from 3 to even more. So I don't know. Never trust Business Insider for science. You are discussing one of the more controversial subjects that even some crazy climate is changing chicken little group man causes. I think it's not about climate. Agenda and climate people. What to remember. So, what did this guy say? Screwed up. And this one here. Philip Davis, concerning yes, but old news. So before everyone starts passing out, the data implies that in 2010 the inner core reversed its rotational direction compared to the Earth's surface. Stromlin called backtracking. Now the inner core is rotating more slowly than before the shift. Of course, I could think of sci-fi movie where the Earth core stops. The magnetic field could have disruptions before the core interacts with the inner core. Of ongoing pole exclusions, including exponentially diminishing magnetosphere. You can always count on CNN. Okay, we went through that one before. Well, as you know, we rotate at about 1,000 miles per hour, but we don't feel it. So I had a look online for some more information here, because I thought this is going to affect time, you'd think. So if the inner core slows down, you'd think it'd have some drag on the outer cores. So it would have to affect the day seconds. But it turns out it's so minimal, we don't notice it. Can time be off if the Earth's rotation goes faster or slower? Or does physics have everything in check? Well, that's a good question. Since seconds are based on cesium-ion oscillator, and not the Earth's rotation, the Earth can get ahead of or behind depending on changes in the balance of the planet. Ice build-up, earthquakes, etc. The second is a absolute unit, and the day is variable according to the Earth's rotation. Now, the general overall trend of a solar day is slowing down due to tidal forces. Since Coordinated Universal Time, UTC, was established, it has been necessary to add leap seconds to keep clocks synchronized to the Earth's rotation. So there you go. Like Jim writes, there is time dilation due to speed, but even if the Earth would double its rotational velocity, time wouldn't be off by more than something like 1/1,000,000th of a second in a human lifetime. Also, even if the Earth hypothetically would rotate with a relativistic velocity, time wouldn't be off for us. Our clocks would tick off 1 second per second, so we wouldn't notice any difference. The time dilation is due to both velocity and gravity is relative. This means you can only notice the off factor if you compare it to the time flow on another planet. Complicated stuff, huh? Oh, anyway, angular velocity, guys, diving into mathematics for you. Essential fugal force acceleration. That means if the Earth starts to spinning 17 or 18 times faster, the atmosphere will flung out into space. So that's a lot of speed change though. So he's worked out when we can't hold in the atmosphere. I'll post a link to that. There's quite a lot, lots of interesting bits and pieces on it. So this is why I do my own research to add on to what's on those. Jesper. Hey again, Michael. How have we got to go? What did I miss? Why is it not scrolling down for me? Huh? What's beeping? I did nothing. Alright, looks like it's already scrolled down. Okay, what have we got here? Shelly. Jesper. Okay. Jesper, the box rolled you. A 2, hey! There you go, Jesper did it too. Good one. So we're in business for a board game, guys. If you can show up for me finishing it. I have to get my head into it because, yeah, I might have to do some more stuff on it and then do some of the easier card development stuff with these guys and do a test run. But anyway, should be a bit of fun. Something different. Can't class me the same as other UFO channels out there. Telegram. Alright, I thought I heard a beep somewhere. It's on Telegram, is it? Okay. Do you want me to post it up there? Let me have a look. Wasn't that. Wrong button, Paul. Where's Telegram? My eyes can't focus on these icons. They keep moving around, some of them. Here, I thought. No. There we go. It's got a little red thing on it. What do we got here? Jasper. What do we got? Time might be a mirage created by quantum physics. You know what quantum means, don't you? It just means very, very small. So we talked about atoms and smaller. Time might be a mirage. Okay, I suppose we could post a link to that one. Life science. So what are we? What is life? Are we a mirage? Copy selected text. Yep. Okay. I have to zoom and read it, and it changes the screen here. This posted up here. See if it worked. Did I post the link? I'm not sure if I did in the end. I don't think I did, do I? Got sidetracked. Jasper, like, I think you had mod rights. You could just post it in the side comments. But if I do it my way, it goes to everybody's domain out there. Yo. Why did that just pop up? Why is that suddenly popped up? That's kind of weird. Looks like maybe X is having problems. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. It's a lot of reading on that one. But yeah, they come up with all these different theories and things, and some of it's just not real life, you know. Right, I forgot to paste that link. I should do that. I deleted it. Where is it? It's probably miles away now. Recently closed. Well, none of those are recently closed. So that's lies. It was Quora, or whatever it's called. Was it that? Was it that one? Can time be off? Yeah, that's the one. Got you. And I'll just copy and paste it. I'm not sure. I don't see I posted it. So we had a few science ones there on metamaterials to start with. If you missed that, go back and have a watch. What waveguides are. Understanding waveguides and metamaterials and Bismuth. Spelt wrong on my page on purpose though. It's not a typo. But I did find some web pages that did actually spell it that way. But it just looked quite good with the UFO topic, Bismuth being a myth. I don't know if it's true though. I think it might have some sort of connection, or there'll be some metamaterial very similar to it that will be the clue to zero mass reduction skin, as I call it, a charged skin. We will see if that comes right in the future. I might not even be alive when they do discover it, who knows, but would be good to verify what I've been saying for years. But anyway, we'll leave it there. Don't worry about the Earth core. Life goes on as normal. And yeah, take care on the roads, everybody. And I'll just run up some credits here. End credits, I mean. Hit a like on the way out. Yeah, not too sure what's going on in Rumble there. We've got 7 there again. But yeah, hit a like on it for us so we can test out the thing. I don't know. I'll just do a quick check on that actually. See if that one's got a reload problem or it's got some other function where it doesn't update the likes in real time. But I think it does. I think it used to. One there now. Still says 1. I'll just refresh the admin page. So yeah, unless people click it, there's no way I can test it. All good though. I'm not going to force people. Lurkers. Anyway, I gotta say goodnight now. Wrap up. Be another long episode, 3 hours, 4 hours long. Hope you enjoyed it anyway. Had a bit of fun. See you on game boards. Oh. Board making. I can't see what I'm typing, that's the problem. My eyes gone a wee bit too sore now. Come and test it out tomorrow or next day. It'll be sometime anyway, you will know. And we'll do end credits. Where's the thing gone? There we go. End credits. Good night. Take care. And I'll start winding down the other stuff. Ding. The Matrix is shutting down. Good night on Tilt. Good night on Rumble. Good night on Twitch. Good night on X. And now lastly YouTube.